Good evening and welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. I'm calling the meeting to order at 5:34. If you can please call the roll.
Mrs. Arvanitis,
Here.
Mrs. Assef,
Here.
Mrs. Caforio,
Here.
Mr. Collins, Dr. Henry,
Here.
Mrs. Hostler,
Here.
and Mrs. Troutman.
Five members, board members present, two absent. If I can have a motion to go into closed session.
Okay, I motion that the Board of Education go into closed session for the following: the appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimony on a complaint lodged against an employee of the public body or against legal counsel for the public body to determine its validity. 5 ILCS 122C1. Collective negotiating matters between the public body and its employees or their representatives, or deliberations concerning salary schedules for one or more classes of employees. 5 ILCS 122C2. Security procedures, school building safety and security, and the use of personnel and equipment to respond to an actual, a threatened, or a reasonably potential danger to the safety of employees, students, staff, the public, or public property. 5 ILCS 122C8. The placement of individual students in special education programs and other matters relating to individual students. 5 ILCS 122C10. And discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under the Open Meetings Act, whether for purposes of approval by the body of the minutes or semi-annual review of the minutes as mandated by Section 2.06, 5 ILCS 122C21.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Caforio, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler,
Yes.
Mrs. Assef,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes.
5 ayes, 0, bleh, I'm messing that up, sorry. 5 ayes. The board now moves into closed session. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome to the regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting on Tuesday, June 13th, 2023. The board has been in closed session for items listed on the agenda since 5:30 PM. We have 6 board members present and 1 absent at this time. I ask that we all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Tonight, we will start off with our spotlights and recognitions. We have many students and staff to be proud of here with us tonight, and we'll first start with our spotlight on Madison Early Childhood Elementary Program.
I have it? All right, I got it. We are pleased to share with, good evening, we're pleased to share with you tonight our instructional shift into project work over at Madison Early Childhood. Oh, that's the last slide. And our time is up. Thank you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Project Approach Instruction starts our Mini Dukes on their journey to excellence and is aligned with our mission to educate, engage, and empower all students to ensure that we begin their journey for college, career, and life readiness. We plan to highlight how the instruction provides rigorous, authentic experiences for our students that are directly aligned with the district mission, vision, and values. This has been a 5-year journey to full implementation while determining how this instructional approach fits in with our overall framework to ensure that we are developing students that are curious and take risks in their learning to further their learning, stay engaged with their work, for longer periods of time. A large part of our school improvement plan is to set goals that measure student learning and then continually reflect on our instruction and make changes as needed so that all students are continuously learning and developing these important skills. Project instruction is prepared for and focused on at different times of the school year and is part of our overall instructional framework to ensure growth and development in all development areas that are aligned with the Illinois Early Learning and Development Standards. Project Approach Instruction integrates the content area of social emotional development, pre-literacy skills, math, along with developing needed skills in science and social studies as well. This approach to instruction ensures students are learning how to research and work together to answer questions. We wanted to ensure coherence in our practices and further our co-teaching through scaffolded professional learning that was provided to all staff members at Madison and continues to grow as we follow up with reflection using student work in our PLCs to determine next steps and how instructional coaches intentionally work with all of our staff members. This approach led to everyone continuing to grow and develop in using this type of instruction. One of the many magical things at Madison is the collaboration that happens when all team members are working together to achieve a goal. We wanted to share and celebrate this work with you tonight. I also wanted to recognize the staff for their continuous growth and their service to students. Their gains have definitely led to greater student achievement. Sarah Pappas has been both a teacher and an instructional coach at Madison. She came to District 205 with a great passion and expertise in using the project approach. Through her collaboration, modeling, and learning, everyone has developed the skills needed in order to go ahead to use this type of instruction. She will provide a brief overview of what the project approach is all about and show how our students are learning through this type of instruction.
Yeah, so just a little bit more about the project approach and kind of like what it looks like in our classrooms at Madison. One thing that I'd just like to highlight that this approach to teaching was developed at University of Illinois in Champaign, which is awesome. And several of our staff members did have the pleasure to learn from our undergrad degree there and then kind of bring that along with us, which has been helpful to have that resource as we've kind of developed our own professional learning off of that. Something really important about the project approach is just that that in-depth study is always based on a high interest topic, and the importance of that is just building that motivation for the students, which when we see that happening in classrooms, then you get to see like those bright eyes and that curiosity and all the learning that happens after that. Continue on. So the main thing, like working through a project, is that there are 3 phases, and the first phase is when the project begins, where we're deciding like what will that topic be. Our ears are always listening to the little comments that they make, and some topics emerge out of just a really brief conversation, and we just have this moment in our minds where we're like, oh yes, we see this. They might not see it yet, but we see it. And then the second phase is developing the project, where this is where all that work is done. Like, we're doing the research, we're finding the answers to the questions that they have. And then the third phase is concluding the project, where we find meaningful ways for the students to reflect on their learning and also to share their learning with others. So just a little bit of what it looks like in the classrooms. Phase 1, you can see a lot of our charting. The kids are sharing what they know. They're starting to ask questions. And then this is my favorite slide, because one of the things that we love the most are those questions that the kids ask. And as the teachers, that becomes our role then, is like, how are we going to help facilitate their learning to like answer these cool questions that they have? And all of these questions reflect project topics that have been done in the classrooms. We always learn so much, and so do the parents. They literally will be like, is this true? I need to Google this, which is really fun. And then here's phase 2, where the kids are just doing this work. They're making observational drawings, creating, charting, tallying, asking questions. A lot of good work done in phase 2. And then concluding the project happens different ways depending on what the students are doing, what they're interested in, what kind of makes sense for the project they were working on. Some people make a class book and make copies of it and send it home. We've done some nice videos that we're able to share with all of the families. One thing that the kids love is getting like a certificate at the end saying like, yes, you are an expert. And what we notice by the end of a project is how much the kids really do take ownership of that learning, and they will talk about that topic on and over again, which is what we want to see.
Finally, this shift has led to all of our staff to further display their excellence both inside and outside of the classroom through their creativity, passion, and professionalism in sharing with others across the state of Illinois. Over the last 2 years, as Madison has been implementing 2 full projects a year in all of our classrooms, a third of our staff members decided that they wanted to share their learning out with everybody else. And right now, I wanted to go ahead and recognize those people for their work and what they do for our Mini Dukes every day. So Katie Delaney has a published community service project. Hey, Katie. We have Julie McGovern that is in the process of awaiting publication for her Here a Chick, There a Chick publication project. Sarah Pappas has two things published, one on squirrels and one on pasta. So it's 2 exciting ones. And finally, Sue Salem has a published project on the bat approach. So, which is a really cool video. If you guys want to go ahead and look at more of the work that's happening, go on to the Illinois Early Learning Project. You can click through the different links and you can actually see the video if you want to. It's really cool. The kids are now chiropterologists. Do you know that was what a bat expert is called? So thank you for allowing us to share how we continue to educate, empower, and engage all students by shifting our instruction into this project approach that is really good for all learners. As you could see through most of the presentation, that curiosity, that engagement, that's what we're really looking for, and those are really the values of the community, so we're happy to go ahead and ensure that our instruction matches that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, and I can't tell you, just this past week, I had the pleasure of speaking with 2 parents who have graduates from Madison this year, and just the positivity around the culture that you all create, the work and effort you put into those kids every single day. The parents see it, the kids benefit from it, and we appreciate your hard work and innovation and what you're bringing to the district for our kids. Thank you. Next, we'll go with the National PTA Reflection Award. Yeah, Rowan, is that you? Yeah. Come up. Yep, you know the drill, Rowan, right here. Turn around and face all those lovely people. There you go.
So we've heard about reflections before, So we know that the Reflections program provides more students with access to the arts and opportunities for recognitions like these. So we're really thankful that our PTAs support this program in District 205. So I'm going to read the proclamation. Whereas each year, students in pre-K through grade 12 are invited to create and submit original works of art in the areas of dance choreography, film production, literature, music composition, photography, and visual arts. Based on state PTA rules and guidelines, those works of art may be submitted for state and national level awards and recognition opportunities. And submissions are reviewed by art experts, and students are recognized for their artistic technique and ingenuity in bringing the theme to life. Hundreds of thousands of students in pre-K through grade 12 from across the country and in U.S. schools overseas created original works of art as part of the 22-23 Reflections program. And whereas 2 District 205 students, Kennedy Burklau, elementary school student at Hawthorne Elementary, and Rowan Hoppy, middle school student at Sandburg Middle School, have been recognized with the Award of Merit at the national level of Reflections. And whereas Kennedy Burklau has submitted her entry in the dance choreography category, and Rowan Hoppy had submitted her entry, The Spark, in the literature category. And whereas the accomplishment brings pride and prestige to District 205 and to the community of Elmhurst. And now there it be resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, PTA, and faculty members for this outstanding accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you to all of our wonderful educators who have poured into my daughter and have made this possible. So thank you all.
Awesome, thank you. And next is girls water polo. Come on up.
So having had a daughter that played 8 years ago, was it your first year coaching or? Okay, third year. So I know how far this program has come. And I also know that the wins that you got were so significant. And you're the first team ever, right, to go this far. So it's amazing. It is so exciting to stand here. I know it's hard work. I'd never watched water polo till my daughter played, and the athleticism is out of this world. So it's amazing. We're so proud of you, and just thank you for all the hard work, the early mornings, the late nights, the treading with your arms up yeah, I know, to earn that third place. So it's awesome. So I'm going to now read the formal part, but we're just really so proud of you. So whereas water polo is a fast-paced, physical, and exciting team sport that is a mix of basketball, hockey, soccer, and takes place in the water, and whereas the York girls water polo team has finished their season with a record of 29 wins and 4 losses, as well as being ranked number 3 in Illinois, and whereas this team won the 2023 sectional against Fenwick, 21-9, and then went on to beat New Trier in the first round of state 9-7, which allowed them to advance to the first state semifinal game. Although the team lost to Stevenson, they came back stronger and beat Hersey in the third place game 17-7. And whereas the York girls water polo team earned their first state trophy in program history with a third place finish at state. And whereas this team has had several big wins against Naperville North, Fenwick, Mother McCauley, and New Trier. They have also earned the titles of Hinsdale Central Tournament champions and York Tournament champions. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to York Community High School, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and Administration of Elmhurst Community Unit School District 205 express our congratulations to these students, their parents, the coaches, and faculty members for these outstanding achievements. Congratulations. We're so proud.
Okay, and next up is the State Boys Water Polo Team. Come on up.
They're so big. They're so tall. Well, congratulations, guys. Tonight I have the honor and privilege to congratulate our incredible boys water polo team. Your dedication, teamwork, and sportsmanship have brought this team such well-deserved success, not just this year, but in years previous and leading up to this year. Much appreciation for all the coaches and the trainers and the parents who have supported these boys in their hard work. They've made us proud, all of us proud, and we are incredibly excited about their achievements. I know that I and our entire community will continue to watch as you inspire many future Dukes in your shoes. So congratulations, boys. Now for your official proclamation. Whereas water polo, this might sound familiar, is a fast-paced, physical, and exciting team sport. And I don't know if you knew this, it's a mix of basketball, hockey, soccer, and it takes place in the water, boys. Whereas the York boys water polo team has made great strides over the past seasons, including winning their IHSA sectional tournament and advancing to the state tournament various years, as well as advancing to the IHSA sectional championship every year since 2016. And whereas the York boys water polo team finished their season with a record of 27 wins and 7 losses and ranked number 4 in Illinois, as well as earning their first state trophy in program history with a 4th place finish at state. And whereas this team has earned their titles as WSC champs, Conant tournament champions, and Lions tournament champions. They were also undefeated in their conference and earned 3rd place at the York tournament and Stevenson tournament. And whereas these accomplishments bring pride and prestige to your community high school, to District 205, and to the community of Elmhurst, now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education and the administration of Elmhurst Community Unit District 205 express congratulations to these students, their parents, coaches, and faculty members for their outstanding achievements. Thank you, guys. AKA short.
Great, thank you. We will now move on to the next item on the agenda. I'll wait just a minute till people clear. All right. Okay, so we'll move to public comment. There will be up to 30 minutes allocated for public comments, with up to 3 minutes per public comment speaker concerning items on this agenda, as well as communication, petitions, reports from citizens or representatives of other public agencies. A reminder to our guests here this evening, we ask that you remain respectful at all times, and please do not mention names of employees. The board secretary will give a reminder when you have 30 seconds left. Let's begin with our first speaker.
Kevin Krasnicka.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Kevin Krasnicka. My wife and I have been Elmhurst residents since the year 2000, and our two boys went through D205 schools. I'm reading this on behalf of my wife, Roca Maria Belize, who couldn't make the meeting this evening. She has a conflict. Here's Maria. In my junior year of high school, I remember reading the last pages from John Steinbeck's Grapes of Wrath, when Rose of Sharon, who had just lost her baby, breastfed a dying adult man. It made me uncomfortable. My 16-year-old self was grossed out. We talked about it in class, and our teacher, Sister Angel, introduced us to the phrase, the milk of human kindness. And all of a sudden, a teacher's insight changed the whole meaning of that scene. Why do I bring this up? Because I trust that D205 educators who have recommended another piece of literature, American Street, know that the book will help students learn and grow, and I want you, the board, to approve their recommendation. Sister Angel wasn't trying to groom anyone, and neither are D205 professionals, despite what a handful of community members would like you to believe. They have accused educators, administrators, board members of wanting to sexualize students, and they do it with an insidious wink and smile, saying they're just asking questions. Well, now I'm going to ask some questions. Why? Why does a failed school board candidate believe that a scene in Persepolis that shows a prison guard urinating on another man to humiliate him, why does he believe that is sexually graphic? I mean, if that's his kink, I'm not here to judge, but why is he sexualizing something that is not sexual? Why? Why do opponents of American Street keep reading over and over one part of the book, They seem a little obsessed with it. Is there something else going on here? I mean, I'm just asking questions. The failed candidate suggests that there are better books the district can choose that we could all agree on, like the top 100 books for the SAT. I have a sneaking suspicion when the failed candidate says something we can all agree on, the we really means he. Fortunately, the vast majority of voters didn't agree. This manufactured hysteria about American Street has nothing to do with the book and everything to do with a small minority of sore losers who are anti-public education, anti-teacher, and anti-inclusion. They think they know best for everyone and make baseless, disgusting accusations to move their agenda forward. You, our board, have the power to make sure that doesn't happen by listening to and trusting our educators and approving their recommendation to approve American Street.
3 minutes. Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Next speaker, Mr. Tom Chavez.
Hi, good evening. My name is Tom Chavez. Tonight I want to revisit the discussion around the low-grade vulgar curriculum that's degrading our schools, our community, and our culture. I want to ask our administration and our school board how lowering academic standards while promoting culturally destructive ideas to children is empowering them and propelling them on their journey of excellence. I challenge you to think deeply and critically about your decisions and their consequences. When half of the kids in D205 read and do math below grade level, but can explain in graphic detail what oral sex is, perhaps the district's educational priorities are backwards. Does everyone in the front of the room understand what critical thinking is? Do you all understand what empathy is? Do you truly believe in and advocate for a safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for all? The key word is all. If you did, you'd probably change your behavior. After the April board meeting, Kelly Assef, demonstrating a level of immaturity not seen on previous school boards, lashed out at me publicly on social media, raging about her kids being exposed to vulgarity and lewd language. But she never stopped to critically think or consider or show empathy for the hundreds of other parents in the community who also don't want their children exposed to it. Kelly, I encourage you to go back and relearn the chapters from your child development books and circle back to the community to explain how exposing an 8-year-old to graphic sexual content is any different than exposing a 14-year-old to it. I'll save you the time and trouble. There's no difference. 8-year-olds and 14-year-olds are children, not adults, full stop. In the Elmer's Patch, Courtney Troutman said she thought the book was rigorous for high school freshmen, even though its Lexile score is 3rd grade. To be clear, a Lexile score is one metric. Another more important one is complex vocabulary that requires students to use context clues to determine the meaning of unknown words. That's where critical thinking, rigor, and actual learning come in. American Street has neither a 9th grade Lexile nor complex vocabulary. What it does have is 339 swear words, graphic sexual content, and plenty of misogyny that Me Too feminists used to hate so much. At the May board meeting, community activists marched to the podium to defend American Street, conflating the curating of age-appropriate curriculum with hyper-politicized book banning. Those who struggle with critical thinking have a very hard time discerning the difference between the two. Activist Maria Kresnica is a strong advocate for putting American Street in front of your children while sending hers to private school.
30 seconds.
Garbage in, garbage out is a concept common to computer science and mathematics that says the quality of output is determined by the quality of the input. If you're a critical thinker, there should be no confusion as to why District 205's output that matters most, academic proficiency, has cratered. Weak curriculum, no homework, no finals, no accountability. Anyone surprised? Any
3
parents
minutes.
concerned about
Thank
their
you very
children
much.
and what they're learning?
Next speaker is Mike Musinga.
Good evening. My name's Mike Myzinga. I have 3 sons in D205. They'll be 2nd, 6th, and 8th graders next year. Tonight, I'd like to talk about my personal experience with D205's curriculum and the lack of homework testing and overall rigor. I've noticed in the past few years that as the district has adopted new curriculum like wit and wisdom, to name one, the teachers appear to have a lackluster and vague understanding of what's being asked of them. As an example, at the beginning of last school year, I received an introductory email from my son's fifth grade teacher outlining the curriculum for the upcoming school year. I responded to his teacher asking what reading materials he would be using for the school year. I was taken aback by his response, which was, "To be honest, Mr. Maizinga, I don't know yet. We're supposed to have a meeting next week to learn more about it." My overall impression from my teacher interactions is that they feel like employees versus teachers who are freely able to use their own individual skills and creativity. The passion and motivation of why they chose the profession, to me, appears to be going down. I think we're squandering the biggest assets we have, the teachers, by force-feeding them curriculum that the board adopts as some kind of silver bullet to address our mediocre proficiency scores. There's too much focus engaging outside consultants and jumping around to the most popular curriculum being pushed in other districts, states, or nationally. The last point on this subject, I know we'll be hearing tonight about the latest MAP scores from the spring. From past presentations, I expect comparisons to other perceived comparable school districts to D205. I'd encourage this board to move away from this approach to evaluating D205's test scores. Cherry-picking school districts to make our results look better or less alarming is not the right approach. Let's focus on D205 and get away from the best of the worst mentality to our test scores. Next topic, the overall lack of rigor at D205. For this, I want to reference my seventh grader at Bryan. I received the seventh grade honor roll list back this winter and was excited to see my son on it. When I opened the list of students that made the honor roll, I counted them up, 186, and divided it by the total number of seventh grade Bryan students, 230. I quickly learned that 81% of the class made the honor roll.
30 seconds.
I then went to the 2022 proficiency levels and see scores in the 50s and asked myself, how can 81% of the students achieve honor roll status at a school that almost half the students are not proficient by Illinois standards? Are we holding our D205 students to a lower standard than the state of Illinois? How is that benefiting our kids? Success is not achieved without some failures. Lowering the bar to give a false sense of success or achievement is not benefiting our students' future. To me, it feels like grade levels are being treated as mile markers versus the building blocks they should be for the next grade.
3 minutes. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jessica Tassani.
Good evening. I'm here tonight to express my support for allowing our district's educators to continue to choose materials that they deem necessary for the education of our students. The freedom of educators, experts in their field, to educate young men and women is under attack. On social media, I've seen vile attacks against American Street, against other books that are required reading at York High School, and against still other books that are shelved in District 205 classrooms and libraries. These attacks include calling our teachers and anyone supporting certain books groomers and pedophiles. Those attacks are misplaced and vile. Such attacks not only injure our teachers, but damage our community and minimize the experiences of actual abuse victims. I am a parent of 3 children who currently attend District 205 schools, all 3 of whom started at Madison, which was a fantastic place then and is still a fantastic place, and one who just graduated from York. I know from firsthand experience that our teachers and administrators are incredible. They are well-educated, caring individuals who give tirelessly of themselves. They are extremely capable and knowledgeable professionals. They are not grooming kids. They are not indoctrinating them. That suggestion would be laughable if it was not so offensive. Currently, there is an unprecedented attack on books in this country. The American Library Association reports a record number of censorship requests in the past year, nearly doubling from 2021. This is not the result of individual action. It is the result of coordinated political activity from certain groups. This is why I can find no record of meaningful objection when District 205 approved American Street as a suitable book for choice reading several years ago. It is abundantly clear that removing one book will not satisfy these efforts. Instead, I will expect that this board will be listening to more complaints about different books unless it adopts a procedure for how to address challenges. And I would strongly urge the board and the district administration to adopt a procedure that adheres closely to the ALA guidelines. Should District 205 consider parental views on instructional materials? Yes. As a parent, I think I would be upset if teachers and administrators didn't listen at all to what I or other parents had to say. But should parental opinions carry as much weight as educational professionals?
30 seconds.
No. As parents, we like to believe that we always know what is best for our children, but I don't think we always do. My expertise is limited. I take my children to medical professionals, I obtain guidance from counselors and therapists, receive lessons from musicians, attend practices with coaches. For the same reason, I rely on educational professionals to teach them. I know lots of things about my kids, but I don't know everything that they need to be prepared for the world we live in.
3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Elizabeth Collins.
Hello, Elizabeth Collins. I have a third grader going to be a fourth grader in D205. How are we supposed to attract and retain talented educators in D205? Let's trust teachers' expertise. When the district has a well-established policy for parents who wish to exempt their children from particular instruction, there's really no excuse for elevating the voices of disruptors above the wisdom of teachers. Student outcomes depend on teacher well-being. Teachers deserve a district with solidarity. Teachers are being called groomers or pedophiles when they simply proposed a book that had already been approved as a choice text by the board. And to echo what somebody else said earlier, this really diminishes actual victims of pedophilia and grooming. The board has an obligation to be discerning. Concerns about age appropriateness are often a cover for ultra-conservative viewpoints. I was thinking about Catcher in the Rye with my 2023 sensibilities and my mom sensibilities. That book it's required reading at York, and it's definitely uncomfortable. Mr. Antolini touches Holden after gaining his trust. James Castle commits suicide because of bullying. Stradlater is a rapist. Holden himself uses slurs. I could go on. Do I want Catcher in the Rye pulled from York required reading? Certainly not. I was assigned Catcher in 8th grade, and our teacher read many sections out loud to us. It deserves its status as a classic. But when certain content faces age-appropriateness concerns while that of straight white male creators does not, we need to call it what it is: discrimination. The Department of Education recently found that a Georgia school district may have created a hostile environment for students by banning books. What are kids in Elmhurst supposed to conclude when Holden Caulfield's uncomfortable story gets fully told, but the stories of Fabiola and Esperanza are scrutinized and partially redacted? I am hoping that the board can improve its policies. The ALA has guidelines, as has been previously mentioned.
30 seconds.
Having good policies will keep D205 eligible for state grants under House Bill 2789, just signed yesterday. The current D205 process solicits negative comments for proposed materials, but doesn't make it explicitly clear that parents who support diverse books and teachers' expertise also need to take time to comment. The latter is not even necessary. On April 4th, the voters told you what the mandate is: respect teachers' expertise and avoid book banning. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Pam Conrad.
Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pam Conrad. I've been a resident of Elmhurst since 1982. I raised 2 boys who went through District 205, and I've been actively involved in the school district on and off over all those years. I'm here tonight in support of the curriculum and the books that are under consideration. Our schools are and should continue to be a safe place where students can learn to navigate difficult topics, and differing opinions. We need to ensure that our curriculum is wide, deep, diverse, and allows for differing opinions. And I appreciate the board for considering doing that and for making sure that they continue to do that. Trust teachers, trust students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Susan Salem. That's the last speaker.
Susan's not here? Okay. All right. Thank you to everyone who took the time to voice their concerns, support, or perspectives to the Board of Education. Common practice of the board is to follow up with public commenters after the board meeting as needed. Moving on to approval of board meeting minutes. The approval of the regular and special board meeting minutes from May 9th, 2023 and May 23rd, 2023. Are there any changes to the minutes? Seeing no changes, meeting minutes stand as presented. Item B is the approval of closed session minutes from May 9th, 2023 and May 23rd, 2023. Those stand as presented. Item 7, reports and presentations. We'll first start with results from district assessments. Dr. Campbell?
I'm going to pass the mic to my colleagues, Dr. Scott Grins and Dr. Rubenstein.
Thank you so much. This evening, we are going to present an overview of the results from the NWEA MAP assessment, which is given 3 times per year to all students in grades kindergarten through 8. So Dr. Grins and I are going to attempt to walk you through a whole bunch of the highlights from that. We've got a lot of great things happening here in District 205. So just a little bit about our agenda for this evening. We're going to help to reorient you or orient you to the results and what the NWEA MAP assessment is. We'll talk you through the results by grade and some demographic groups. We'll talk with you about growth from spring to spring. As you recall, the last time that we did this, we looked at it from winter to winter, and we'll look at things from spring to spring now, and then talk about some next steps there. So as a part of our district's strategic plan, you know that we are looking at ensuring that all students are educated, engaged, and empowered. And part of that is making sure that they are able to communicate effectively, think critically and analytically, collaborate and problem solve. There are a whole lot of pieces to the strategic plan here. NWEA MAP is one of the ways that we ensure that all students stay on track with our strategic plan and that all students are ready for college, career, and life. As we really examine the strategic priorities, it really falls into the first strategic priority under student success, as we look at supporting individual student academic and social emotional needs through varied programs and supports based on progress monitoring and assessment data. NWEA MAP is one of those primary assessments that we use throughout the year to be able to do that. And so it's hard for me to, there we go. It's hard to do the backflip. We're gonna do that here in just a second. So I'm going to turn it over here to Dr. Grins, who's going to talk us through some background information on the NWEA assessment.
They got both working.
There you go.
Good evening, everyone. So we have built this cadence, I think, over the last 2 years now. I went through it once in 21-22 and then now in 22-23. Before I walk through or just give you a chance to look back at this year, we are regularly reviewing various data points throughout the district with principal leaders. We've built a really structured collaborative time for that. District administrators are involved, and then our principal leaders and assistant principal leaders support our teacher teams as well as our service providers in the review of data as well to use that in planning. And at the board and community level, we've had now 7 prior meetings going back to September, and we will continue to follow that process into next year with some flexibility along the way. We've made some shifts this year to incorporate additional information or additional opportunities for engagement, but always focused on transparency and making sure that the data is front and center for how our students are performing and how our students are growing along the way. So a little bit of background about the NWA and the MAP assessment. Here in the district, starting in 21-22, we have administered the MAP 3 times a year, in the fall, the winter, and the spring. So we've now had 2 years of that 3-time administration. If you remember, the fall MAP is more of a baseline for our students in ELA and math, and the winter and the spring provide a measurement of the rate of growth for our students in those 2 subject areas. Spring MAP results are what we'll look at tonight in a bit more depth. These results have also been sent to parents and guardians at home via email. For the use of some of the conversation this evening and the discussion and the analysis, MAP has developed a unit that refers to the student's score. It's known as the RIT. Similar to feet and inches, we've talked about this before. RIT is sort of a stable score that helps with the measurement over time, particularly with growth. This presentation is going to look at both growth and achievement. As a reminder, achievement is a point-in-time measure, so we use that to help discuss achievement, proficiency, attainment. Those statements are all very interchangeable. We often will refer to tonight as well achievement percentiles, and as a reminder, that's a calculation of a student's achievement compared to other students. So for example, we give one there. If a student is in the percentile rank of 72, that means they scored as well or better than 72% of their comparable students in that group. Growth, on the other hand, a measure of academic progress over time, so we'll talk through that as well. And then also when we look at and consider some of the student achievement data tonight as well as the growth, know that MAP utilizes norms. We've talked about this before. That goes back to a 2020 study using millions of students, millions, in both reading and math. As mentioned regarding point-in-time achievement, percentiles will be used to calculate as a calculation of the student's achievement compared to other students. We will oftentimes refer to those in ranges. Dr. Rubenstein will give more depth on this in a later slide, and you'll see some of the spring results as it relates to those ranges for our students as well as different subgroups of students. I want to point your attention to the 61st to 80th percentile. MAP uses that range to indicate high average, but do know that in order for a student to be in the range of a 4 on the IAR, and that student's typically at the 70th percentile or higher. And that's important because we do oftentimes try, and we'll talk in more depth, to do correlation data between NWA MAP and the IAR. So we'll talk about that in more depth as well. So a look at some of our results from the spring 2023. So this first slide here is looking at projected growth. So these are the same students from the spring to the spring, and this is looking at how they grew from each of those MAP assessments. I do want to mention before we look at this that the growth projections that are provided to us from NWA, they depend on their grade, the subject, and also the starting RIT score for that student. So every student is going to have their own unique projected growth. I also want to point out that as students progress through the grades, the expected growth of those students will likely diminish, with students in upper grades projected often based again on the national norms, millions of data points, to grow less in RIT points as they enter into those upper grades. Even more specific to that, oftentimes we'll see in upper grades, especially with students who are in high achievement range, they'll have even a smaller growth projection than is typical in the grades at a lower level. So in order to read this graph, I'll orient you a little bit here. The line on the graph is going to show the projected growth. That is the average number of RIT points, again, that NWA unit of measure, of growth that our students are identified to make spring to spring. So it's the average of every student and where are they projected to grow. The columns, on the other hand, are going to represent the actual growth of our D205 students made during that time from spring to spring. So for math, here you can see the average number of RIT points, by grade level for students not meeting for students meeting and for students surpassing that projected growth in several grades for the NWA. I'll emphasize that really MAP Spring, so we only have 2 years of this data. It's just one data point. So right now we're awaiting the IAR results, and what we will be doing once we have the IAR results is doing a correlation study of MAP with IAR, and the whole point of that is going to allow us to determine where there is a correlation between MAP and IAR in specific grade levels and where there is not, and that correlation, where and if it exists, that's an area of attention for us to focus in deeper. One of the things that is already a preliminary thought regarding possible correlation is a real deep dive on our scope and sequence and looking at an instruction through the scope and sequence to see whether and to what extent the instruction is meeting the standards identified in that grade level. Also tonight, I'll share that I think in the next presentation, you'll hear more on math as it relates to the instructional review that took place this year. So looking at reading, again, similarly, the line on the graph is representing the projected growth, the average number of RIP points that our students are projected to grow, and then the columns are the actual achieved or obtained growth from our students. And again, focusing in on that IAR correlation data that will take place. As a reminder, we typically do present the IAR data in the fall when we have it after it's been completely reviewed by the state. And then we also do a comparison data with that, and we also look at it longitudinally. This year we even did a comparison of NWA with IAR in the fall as well. That was part of that list of 7 data sessions, and we plan to do that again. So we have several other slides. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague here, Dr. Rubenstein.
So this is the most fun slide, I think, because it is visually appealing and it has a lot of data. And there is really, really great news packed into this slide. It's just a little bit hidden. So we've been working really hard this year, as you all know, to examine our math achievement across the district. And year over year, it's a little bit hidden in the slide, but you can see up there that 56.3% of our students are achieving in the 61st to 99th percentile. So that's really exciting. What's even more exciting is that that is up about 2.5% year over year. So last year at this time, we had 2.5% fewer students achieving at that level. So that's really exciting. You'll also notice that around a third of our students are achieving at that highest level. So at the 81st percentile to the 99th percentile. So we have really, really high achieving students. And if this was broken down into deciles, it would even correlate even stronger. There would be many more of our students would be in that 90th to 99th percentile as they've been broken out there. Even more exciting for all of us, we were doing a little run around the office just before the board meeting started. The number of EL students, English learner students, who scored above the 60th percentile is up by about 11% year over year. We've grown the number of students from low-income backgrounds achieving at or above the 60th percentile by 4% year over year. Similarly, the number of special education students in that same category are up year over year by 3.9%. So we are making gains on our gap reduction goal, certainly in the area of math. As we move to reading, the results are similar. In reading, year over year, 2% more students are achieving at or above the 61st percentile than last year at the same time. You'll also note that about 58.4% of our students overall are at or above the 61st percentile. So, and again, around a third of our students are performing in that top range. So again, we have really, really high performing students. Our students with disabilities, EL students, how they performed, the number of EL students achieving above the 60th percentile has increased by about 5.8% year over year. We've increased the percentage of students from low-income backgrounds achieving at or above the 60th percentile by 5.9%. and the number of special education students who scored at or above the 60th percentile is up by 4.3%. So we are hopeful, as Dr. Grenz was saying earlier, that these numbers are closely correlated to the Illinois Assessment of Readiness, and that we will see some payoff in our Illinois Assessment of Readiness scores as those come through over the coming weeks and months. But we are really, really proud of our students and our teachers for all of their hard work in making sure that we get more students over the bar and that we're really focusing on inclusive practices. So on these next slides, I didn't even move it forward. Sorry. On these next slides here, as we are looking at the performance of students on the NWEA math assessment, you can see that our average, and Scott's going to go over this in a kind of unique way, that our average student in kindergarten, for example, is at a score of 165.3. That equates to about the 73rd percentile nationally. So our average kindergartner is scoring pretty well when you compare them to national norms. That's not comparing them to the next door neighbor, that's comparing them to everybody else in the country. And you can see that 6 of 9 grades saw an increase spring to spring in the area of math. Then when we look at reading, on the next slide, there, we saw 4 of 9 grades increase spring to spring. And if we just, I'm going to call out fourth graders, our average fourth grader is performing at about the 67th percentile nationally. So this is both a really, really good thing to have happening in our classrooms. It's also the sort of thing that if your student is an average student, like I was in the classroom, it may make you stick out a little bit more, and it may make a student who is an average student seem like they need a little bit more help and intervention, when in fact all they need is really good, strong teaching, which our teachers are able to provide inside the classroom. And so that is one of the great benefits, and one of the things that Mrs. Leischel and Mrs. Lyons and myself are working on really hard with the New Educator Academy and with all of our teachers, is to make sure that all of our teachers are appropriately prepared to meet the needs of all of our learners as they come into the classroom. So I'm going to turn it back over to Dr. Grenz to examine the next couple of slides because this is some new and exciting ways of looking at these data.
Thank you, Dr. Rubenstein. So the following 2 slides will focus in on attainment, so not growth. These are pulled from our ECRIS dashboard. So one of the items that is up for discussion a little bit later this evening is our partnership and our use of ECRA regarding some of the service providing. We have a dashboard from ECRA called ECRIS, and we wanted to share these 2 slides. We feel like they help fully articulate the performance of our students as it compares to national percentiles across all the grades that take the NWEA map spring to spring. So the data that you're looking at here is arranged to articulate how the cross sections of our students in the 25th, the 50th, and the 75th percentiles compare to students and their performance nationally. So this particular slide is math. And what you're looking at is the red line represents the results of our students, again, who locally here in D205 are in the 25th percentile. It's comparing how they are performing to national percentiles of students. And when we look at that 25th percentile of D205 students in math, we see that they are actually performing as well or better on average than 42% of students nationally. Similarly, in the 50th percentile, that's represented by the green line, we see that 50th percentile of our students are performing as well or better than 68% of our students nationally. And then the higher achieving side of this, on the 75th percentile, represented by the blue line, they're performing as well or better than 86% of students nationally. We thought that national perspective would be helpful. Also, to look at this and remind you this is still spring over spring. This is attainment, this is not growth. But we thought that would be helpful to see where are the different cross sections or percentiles, if you will, of our students as it compares to students nationally. So similar when we look at reading, and again, the red line represents the results of those students at the 25th percentile, In reading, the average of those students are performing in the 25th percentile as well or better than 45% of students nationally. And in the 50th percentile, that green line, our students are performing as well or better than 70% of students nationally. Again, on the higher achieving side, the 75th percentile, represented by the blue line, our students are performing as well or better than 86% of our students nationally. This is just a snapshot. We wanted to bring this to you to help articulate what some of the ECRA partnership and some of their services will provide, both from the growth side as well as the attainment here. This is just a starting point, but what's helpful here is the data can get obviously deeper and deeper for us at the district level, as well as the principals, the assistant principals, and even the teachers. And that will help us with things like targeted interventions, to help our students who are most at risk, some of our vulnerable students, and we're really excited about using just one more additional data level for our work. I'm going to hand it back to Kevin.
So just to be really clear there, a student in the bottom quartile in reading in 7th grade is going to look like an average student somewhere else in the country. So that is pretty outstanding and presents a lot of interesting conundrums for us as a district. So as we move forward to look at and examine the MAP reading fluency data, and as you'll recall, we've talked about at prior board meetings, the reading fluency assessment is something that we began giving this year to a really targeted group of students in grades kindergarten through 2nd grade who were scoring at or below the 30th percentile. And it's an assessment that really flags some key foundational skills. So things like phonics and phonological awareness, their word recognition, language comprehension, and it really lets our teams be targeted in their approach to ensuring that our students are staying on track. And so you can see that earlier in the year, we had around 100 students who were flagged as at risk. We have reduced that number across the district to around 25. And so we are, again, really excited that we are able to use that tool because in the past we didn't have that data. And partnering these data with our foundations, our newly trained teachers who are getting trained over the summer, again, with Wilson and Foundations and Just Words and some of the other Wilson assessments, interventions, we are really going to be able to support students in the appropriate ways. And so as we look at sort of what's next, thank you, Scott. As we look at what's next in terms of our ongoing actions, we just know that NWEA has really allowed school teams to have a comprehensive set of data to utilize for development of intervention groups. So Carrie and I have talked with the high school team about how they're utilizing these data to develop intervention groups for freshmen, about fine-tuning classroom instruction. We talked about that at the last board meeting, progress monitoring curriculum implementation, reviewing student progress over time. Our school and district leaders have really begun to dig into these data, and we know that we are going to be connecting these NWEA MAP outcomes with IAR and SAT scores where possible to ensure that all students stay on track so that we can really have the most robust data system that we possibly can as we move into the next phase of our students' journey of excellence. So with that, we would be happy to take any questions.
Would anyone like to start or have any questions or comments for? Go ahead, Beth.
Dr. Gunge, you talked a little bit about scope and sequence and evaluating that along the way and how that can impact student success. Could you just talk a little bit more about what that looks like and how that might make a difference?
Sure. So that came up in the topic around the correlation piece of us looking at MAP and looking at IAR data. So we'll have IAR data, fully represented by end of summer typically, and that's why we present it right in the fall, if not, early fall. Last year, admittedly, it felt really late. I think it was almost in October until we received it. We're hoping to get it a little earlier this year. There was several pieces of feedback given about that at the state level. The reason I bring that up is we want to look and see particular grade levels that may be areas of attention for us that may not have the growth we want to see. And we want to see, is that the same case of the IAR data? If it is, then one of the areas of focus for us that is an early point of attention would likely be scope and sequence. And the reason for that is oftentimes the assessments are also a measure of our assessment, obviously our students' skills and their knowledge, but also seeing our curriculum and where is our curriculum at that particular time. Do we need to make adjustments? Do we need to fine tune it? Do we have a particular emphasis on an area of focus that the data shows that our students potentially have an opportunity to grow in more? So that's the work there that will take place. We don't want to just go to that with just one data point. We try to correlate that to make sure that we're looking at the right data at the right time and having multiple data points to point us in the right direction.
Can I just add, because I know we sometimes use jargon and terminology that might not be universally understood. So when we talk about scope and sequence, scope is the actual content that is being taught, that a teacher will teach in a particular unit, and the sequence is relates to the order in which that content is taught. And so, as Dr. Grins has mentioned, it gives us an opportunity to really see when particular skills and standards are being covered at a time and how that's built upon in a progression that then allows a student to be able to demonstrate that knowledge when it comes to taking a particular assessment. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you for that. So just making sure that they're having the appropriate amount of exposure to a topic before they're asked to be tested on it or show their knowledge on it.
And it may be the timeliness of the exposure, it may be depth of the exposure, it may be looking at, is it being asked in the same format, is the knowledge being built, is it cyclical? It oftentimes data brings more questions for us, and that's why we try to correlate it as much as we can.
Thank you.
You bet.
So I just wanted to have Dr. Rubenstein clarify something, but I just want to kind of review for myself. So in October, we got this almost identical presentation. In February, on the 21st, we got almost an identical presentation. And this is the third time the students have taken the test, or been assessed with the MAP test. And so we're getting results for the third time. And these results are not comparing local districts, correct? They are national. Could you just confirm that?
Correct. Right, they are comparing our students to themselves, and then they're comparing our students to national norms.
Okay. And so when we look at these, this slide.
The national percentiles versus local percentiles.
You've walked me through this before, and I think that I didn't quite appreciate it as much the first time, and then after I've heard it a couple more times, I really appreciate this data point. So could you just go through again kind of what is written on the side about what the 50th percentile in District 205 means?
So
With this one, yep.
Yep. So this means that my watch is talking to me. This means that I'm going to just take grade 4 because it's right in the middle. Our fourth graders who are in the bottom quartile, I'm just going to show a couple of things, who are in the bottom quartile. So the students who are demonstrating that they need the most intervention and support in our schools. If we put them in any other school across the country, they would actually be about average, 46th percentile nationally. So they are as good or better than 46% of the students who took that test. And that's based on millions of test takers over time. So these norms have been done over and over again. Similarly, at grade 4, I'm going to go to the green line now in the square or diamond. Our average student in 4th grade performs at about the 72nd percentile nationally. So our student is performing much higher than the average student across the country. So our students, you put them anywhere else in any other school, they're going to be outperforming their national peers, their peers. And similarly, when you look at the 75th percentile, which in some school districts is close by, is like a cutoff for gifted. It's where we start to do gifted identification. 75th percentile, we look at 80th percentile. It's going to be the 86th percentile nationally in 4th grade. And so our students are doing really, really quite well across the board. And you can see that is, it starts in kindergarten, it goes all the way through to 8th grade. One thing that I failed to mention here, our students don't necessarily trail off in 8th grade. I went back and looked at their scores. This class of 8th graders, there was nothing that alarmed me when they took the test in winter. There was nothing that alarmed me when they took the test in fall or last spring. This was just a test anomaly for this 8th grade group of students, but we'll keep an eye on it for you. Did that answer your question? Yep. Okay.
Yep,
great.
I just wanted clarification and just, I know the colors are so.
And I think, Ms. Cavaria, I really appreciate you bringing us back to explain this, because we've shared we've shared previously, it's a very difficult concept to understand when we talk about percentiles. And knowing that a norm reference test, as we said, it's set up from a comparative ranking standpoint. And if we're familiar with that idea of the bell curve, the assessment is set up to be able to split for anyone that takes this test to have 50% below, 50% above. That's why we know that this is just one data point that is a part of a more, where we need additional data points in order to create a more complete and complex assessment profile. But here, I think there's oftentimes some misunderstanding, because when they hear the 50th percentile, we go back to our school days and think 50%. That's a F, you are failing. And what we're showing here is that the 50th percentile, from the basis of how the norm reference is stacking our students up, the 50th percentile, the average student in our district is performing in, as we can see, in the 61st percentile and higher. And so what we mark as the 50th and as the average in many other places is significantly, if you put that student in other places around the world nationally, they are performing at a significantly higher level. So we just have to, I thought that this graph helps really kind of solidify and bring that home when we stack our students up and pull them off with being even in the bottom in the 25th percentile, the 50th and the 75th, relative to what that means here in District 205. You're talking about students that are performing at a pretty significant level above what we see in other places nationally.
Thanks. That was it.
Can I just ask a clarification question too? On the MAP reading fluency assessment slide, just for clarification, so at the beginning in the fall, what we're saying is there was 103 students that were below the 30th percentile? Is that what we're saying? No.
Sorry, there were 103 students who were demonstrating that they were at risk. So after they had after we had taken the 30th percentile, we had given them an additional assessment. So there were those 103 students that we were additionally targeting for intervention and support.
I see. Okay. And those exact students went down to 26 at the end of the
Exactly.
year.
Yep.
That's amazing. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, just one more, just off of that. Does that include any new students identified for intervention?
Yeah, so it's actually, it's actually a rolling number of students, but yes, as students come in, then we assess them all throughout, all throughout the time. And so, and we can give that reading fluency assessment. We're trying to get a little bit more nimble with it and trying to support our teachers in the use of that data as a data point, as an accurate data point. So, yes.
Ms. Lyons, did you have anything else to add to that?
One thing we're looking at is, I'm so sorry. One thing we're looking at is just how to use this assessment more to support progress monitoring of our students when they are needing an additional sort of dose from that Tier 1 core instruction. And so our reading specialists are administering the MAP fluency. And so when we talk about what our specialists are doing to support and promote students' access to getting back into Tier 1 without needing maybe a double dose, right? So how are we catching gaps early for our students' foundational skills? This is particularly screening for foundational skills. What do we need to do in order to support our students both with our core foundations, but these students in particular are receiving services through our reading specialist. And so they're being flagged to be monitored both in their progress, but also to get them sort of exiting out of that work with Tier 2 and back into Tier 1. So what we're seeing is that both our reading specialists are utilizing the data to monitor progress. We're also seeing paired with tight Tier 1 instruction with foundations, we're seeing less students needing to stay over a long period of time, but actually in fact closing gaps quicker and getting them back in to small groups even within the classroom as opposed to being pulled out. So I think what we're thinking about is how, again, in terms of being nimble, how do we monitor progress more rapidly and pair this and see a correlation with our foundations unit assessments in terms of helping our teachers make sense of that data. But right now it's really our reading specialists who are utilizing this tool.
Anyone else? I do have just one thing, if you don't mind. I just want to go back to the percentage of students at each percentile, the circles, because Kevin, I think the percentages of increase from last year that you shared are really compelling, even though some of these pie charts or donuts show, we look at that 40th and below, right? So that identifies a group of students. But I wanted to highlight the gains that you mentioned that aren't on here when compared to last year. And so when we see percentages of 5% to double-digit 11% gains, that is pretty significant work that's being done with, I'd say, our students that require the most attention at this point and have the sense of urgency, right? Because we know the longer they're in our school district, the more narrow the growth becomes, right? We just heard from Dr. Grenz about how the growth targets are much larger in the younger years than in the latter years. So I just wanted to bring some attention to that because there's a lot of color there and it reads one way, but when we look at our foundational benchmark and the growth from last year, it's been pretty significant. Kudos to you all for working with those students and getting them there.
Thank you for calling that out. It's really due a lot to the hard work, first of all, of our students, but second of all, to our teachers who are doing the hard work to make sure that our students are fully included at every aspect and to continue to engage in this hard curriculum work. Because, implementing first year of foundations and wit and wisdom, it isn't easy. And to see this amount of growth is really quite tremendous. And so it helps to have that in their pocket to say, keep at it. So.
Great. Anything else? Okay. Thank you. We will move on to, sorry, I don't have my agenda up, the school year 2022-23 instructional review updates. Dr. Campbell?
So during the 2023-2024 school year, with the support of the Board of Education, District 205 engaged in instructional reviews in the area of mathematics, emergent bilingual programming, and dual language programming. And the purpose of those reviews were to analyze our current programming and practices, and then to make recommendations to be used in the district's improvement efforts, support continuous long-term planning, and align critical resources necessary for any change to become institutionalized. And so at this time, I'm going to ask my two colleagues, Ms. Leischel and Ms. Lyons is going to walk us through those reviews, and then what our takeaways and our next steps will be based on having this information.
Great, thank you, Dr. Campbell. So as Dr. Campbell highlighted, this evening we're going to share the recommendations and findings from our instructional reviews that we engaged in this year. The purpose of the review was to really elevate the celebrations about what we're doing really well in our classrooms, which is a lot, but then also identify where we want to spend our time, energy, resources as we prioritize for next year's instructional priorities and creating those priorities. And so prior to digging into all of that and talking about both next year's professional learning plan and instructional priorities, and then also some long-term planning that you'll hear about, we wanted to take a moment to review this year's district-wide instructional priorities and professional learning plan that led to some of the celebrations that Dr. Grenz and Dr. Rubenstein highlighted with their preliminary data review utilizing spring MAP data. So of course, bringing us back to the student journey of excellence, our North Star is to ensure that all students are ready for college and career in life. And so tonight's presentation really allows us to see opportunities that are available to elevate that mission and values around ensuring that every student leaves D205 educated, engaged, and empowered. Of course, when we're looking at the strategic priorities, we are really looking at student success and elevating those student outcomes through these instructional reviews. And so I'm going to pass it over to Katie to highlight the overview of the instructional priorities and professional learning from this school year.
Sure. So at this point last year, this is
I'll
going
do
to
it.
be fun.
I can drive. You're fine.
Here we go. Yeah. Okay, and also I have the worst seat to present, I think, over here we do. All right, at this point last year, we presented these district-wide instructional priorities in response to our student data, and they really focused in on math, literacy, SEL, and data. And so we just wanted to lift those back up, as these are the instructional priorities that really drove our work this year. This is how we created our aligned professional learning plan. This is anytime we brought together stakeholders at every level, whether it was district or school leaders, instructional coaches, as it drove our school improvement plans. These goals were at the top and center in everything all the decisions that we made, and as we evaluated our progress. And so in math, you can see, and I'll just give voice to them, executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and provides opportunities for enrichment and intervention that coherently links standards within and across grades. In literacy, we focused this year on executing instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge, building with complex text sets and aligned writing tasks. I'm also giving voice to these because we're going to come back to them as we ground for this coming year's priorities, and we won't read them at that time. But for SEL, execute instructional practices that promote student social emotional development and continue to deepen adult SEL competencies. And for our district-wide instructional priority as it relates to data, bringing school leaders together to really focus in on executing instruction with their teachers that utilizes a variety of data measures, baseline, formative, summative, to inform instructional decisions and responsive practices that align with content-specific grade level standards. So again, the success of any aligned improvement efforts, but particularly as it relates to how we really promote and support the professional learning at the district level in service of our schools, our driving factor are really our instructional priorities. And critical to the improvement efforts, thank you, Carrie, isn't this aligned professional learning plan that I shared just a few minutes ago. And these are the different, what you see on this slide, are the different stakeholders at every level that we were able to bring together to really engage in deepening knowledge and practice as it relates to those instructional priorities. So this slide is just an overview of all of those different engagements that our stakeholders participated in. Two that I just wanted to highlight, because we're going to come back to it later in the presentation, are our teacher learning communities and our demonstration Generation Schools. Those two in particular were new engagements that we provided this year as a way to bring both leaders and teachers together to really deepen their knowledge of the instructional shifts that was embedded within our instructional resources that we adopted this year. So we call those type of resources educative resources that, it's not just about the curriculum, the materials, the wit and wisdom, the foundations, but it's about how our teachers use them and make critical decisions for our students. And so the teacher learning communities we brought together by grade band, K1, 2, 3, 4, 5 this year, 3 times a year. Instructional coaches and specialists were part of that work as well, where we really supported the teacher leaders as lead learners, that they then brought back that learning into the professional learning communities in their buildings, which is where the real magic actually happens, right, in those school-based professional learning communities. We also had demonstration schools around our literacy efforts this year, and this was a particular focus on engaging in guided observations with our leaders. And so really focused on our principals, our assistant principals, and coaches as levers for change in their building, but helping them shift their own practice and then thinking about how they can best support their teachers. So we highlighted those two as just two of the many engagements we had that we brought teachers together and leaders together this year. So it's important as we look at the success and opportunities from this past year to, again, look at some of our student achievement and growth data, but also get some qualitative and quantitative feedback from our stakeholders. And so we've broken apart our instructional priorities in those buckets of math, literacy, SEL, and data, and just wanted to highlight some quotes from some of our leaders and teachers and some data. So here in math, you can see a teacher reflecting on assessments and instructional tasks. These assessments and instructional tasks, and we'll talk more about this from the math review, are what I wish I could write myself. This is the kind of math that I want our students doing every day. 97% of our high school math teachers understand the need and rationale for the adoption of our high-quality instructional resource, beginning in algebra. In literacy, I won't read all of this, but I think it's a really important one. This was a teacher who was reflecting on how her practice has shifted this year. So she talks about how Foundations provided her with an opportunity for a systematic approach to phonics. She talked about how wit and wisdom influenced a stronger correlation between reading and writing instruction. And she also highlighted how Geodes was that bridge in really supporting phonics instruction with controlled texts with our students. And then if we go to the next slide, we can see some highlights from our stakeholders around SEL. This learning allowed me to realize I need to have students chart their growth so they can keep track of their own progress. When I keep track of their growth, they don't get to see their own growth in the skills. And 90% of our teachers reported that the Institute Day sessions focused on social-emotional learning, particularly this year's focus around self-management and self-awareness, deepened their work to support student skills. And data was a critical component of our data collaboratives this year and the work with our leaders around their own development as data literate practitioners. So this was a quote from a principal. I learned about more opportunities to set up systems that support gathering feedback and meaningful evidence toward our intended outcomes to keep us informed throughout the year versus waiting until the end. So really monitoring that progress and identifying the artifacts to gauge progress towards our goals. And 93% of our leaders reported that this year's leadership development sessions focused on the school improvement planning process and positively impacted their leadership practice. So again, thank you for just taking some time with me just to kind of go on a reflection of what our stakeholders were reflecting on in terms of their own shifts in their practice due to this year's priorities in professional learning. It's really the work that drives what we do with our schools, and it's important to really engage in this continuous cycle of improvement. As many celebrations that there are, there's also opportunities. And so now we're going to shift from some of the learnings from our leaders and teachers this year and their feedback to think about the reviews that we did this year and what we learned from the reviews as opportunities for continued growth in the district. I'm going to hand it to Carrie.
Thank you, Katie. So I am excited for Mr. Dave Beatty to be joining us as our Director of STEM and Pathways. And so he's going to kick us off as we look at the instructional review findings and recommendations from our math review this year.
Great. Thank you, Carrie. Good evening, members of the Elmhurst School District 205 Board of Education. Thank you for having us tonight as we present the results of our review of the mathematics curriculum. There we go. This review is crucial to ensuring that our students are prepared for college, career, and life success. I'd like to kick things off with the current context for our mathematics program. In the academic year 2017-2018, District 205 adopted Eureka Math as our primary instructional resource for grades K-8. This decision was based on the need to align our instruction with the Illinois Learning Standards for mathematics. Eureka Math was selected because it had earned the highest independent reviews on alignment to the standards and usability. Eureka Math provides a comprehensive and coherent curriculum that supports deep understanding of mathematics concepts. Next, we recognize the importance of challenging our students and providing opportunities for accelerated learning. In District 205, acceleration pathways for mathematics begin as early as 3rd grade. We've implemented 2 models to support accelerated students. Our double accelerated model allows students to progress through the mathematics curriculum at a faster pace, accelerating students 2 grade levels forward in the curriculum by the end of 8th grade. Our single accelerated model has students completing algebra by the end of 8th grade, accelerating 1 grade ahead of Illinois' grade level expectations. These acceleration pathways ensure that our students are appropriately challenged and engaged in mathematics throughout their academic journey. In alignment with the Illinois state graduation requirements, all York students are required to take 3 years of mathematics in high school. However, we're proud to share that 90% of the class of 2023 took 4 years of mathematics. This commitment to mathematics education highlights our students' dedication to academic excellence. At York Community High School, we offer a range of advanced mathematics courses to further enrich our students' learning experiences. Currently, the following advanced courses are available. York offers 3 AP math courses: Calculus AB, Calculus BC, and Statistics, providing students with the opportunity to earn college credit and showcase their proficiency in rigorous math subjects through the College Board's Advanced Placement Program. 250 York students were enrolled in 1 or more of these courses in the 22-23 school year. We also offer 3 advanced college project courses: Functions of Finite Math, Calculus 2, and Calculus 3, which are all dual credit courses through Indiana University. These courses allow students to earn both high school and college credit simultaneously. 209 York students were enrolled in 1 or more of these courses during the past school year. York High School also provides a transition course in partnership with the College of DuPage, enabling students to smoothly transition from high school to college level math. This course is designed to ensure that students planning to enter College of DuPage or any in-state college or university will enroll in college credit-bearing mathematics coursework during their freshman year. 77 seniors were enrolled in this course during the 22-23 school year. These advanced opportunities empower students to explore higher level math and prepare them for the demands of college level coursework. Lastly, I want to highlight the professional learning our teachers have engaged in. We understand that the effectiveness of our mathematics curriculum depends on the expertise of our educators. Over the last 2 years, we have prioritized professional learning opportunities focused on high-leverage instructional practices in the math classroom. By equipping our teachers with the latest research-based strategies and instructional techniques, we ensure that they have the tools necessary to engage students, foster deep understanding, and promote mathematical thinking. Our review of the math curriculum involved a comprehensive and rigorous process to ensure its effectiveness in meeting the needs of our students. Let's take a look at the steps we took. We enlisted the help of the New Teacher Center because we recognized the importance of an external perspective. With the support of the board, we partnered with the New Teacher Center to assist us in reviewing our math curriculum, implementation, and programming K-12. The NTC's expertise and guidance added value and insight to our evaluation process and expedited the timeline of our mathematics review to reach its conclusion in a single year. We conducted 96 classroom observations across all 12 K-12 schools. These observations allowed us to gather firsthand information about the implementation of the curriculum and its impact on student learning. We conducted a thorough review of the K-12 instructional resources utilized in our mathematics classrooms. This included examining teacher-created course overviews, Eureka Math resources, and district-level documents designed to guarantee a viable curriculum. We analyzed course pathways and student outcomes data to gain a deeper understanding of the effectiveness of our mathematics curriculum. This data-driven approach provided insights into student progress, achievement, and areas for improvement. To capture multiple perspectives, we organized 6 focus groups consisting of students, educators, and leaders. These groups provided valuable feedback on their experiences with the mathematics classroom, highlighting strengths and areas where adjustments can be made. For those teachers who couldn't attend the focus groups, we also administered a survey which helped us gauge the level of implementation, see mathematics instruction from the teacher lens, and identify areas where teachers wanted additional support. Finally, we conducted a collaborative session with district building and instructional leaders from early childhood through grade 12. This session allowed us to collaboratively digest the findings from the mathematics review and make recommendations to improve our mathematics curriculum over time. By following this comprehensive review process, we've gained valuable insights into our mathematics curriculum to inform our next steps. I'm going to now hand it over to Carrie Leischel to provide further details on the specific highlights and recommendations resulting from the mathematics review.
Thanks, Dave. So after that entire process, we had the opportunity, right, to really look at some takeaways and really celebrate what are the strengths of the current math programming in the district. So the first, and maybe the most exciting, is that students and educators are eager to learn in District 205. So in visiting those 96 classrooms, we saw students who were eager to engage in what they were being asked to through focus groups. Students said they wanted to be challenged in their math classrooms daily. And our teachers equally had that learner mindset where they were looking for opportunities to deepen their understanding of what strong mathematics instruction looked like. We also see as a strength the consistent use of a strong instructional resource across K-8 as Eureka Math. When visiting K-8 classrooms, that core instructional resource was being utilized as the core resource throughout each lesson that we saw. This is a necessary first step in making sure that we are creating the conditions for rigorous math for all students. Because of the use of that strong instructional resource, we saw K-8 lessons that were appropriately relating new content to math within the grade. So really making those explicit connections clear for our students about what they might have learned the previous day or week and how it was impacting what they were learning currently and creating those connections. We also see teachers utilizing explanations, tasks, and examples to support student learning, which is a strong instructional practice in math classrooms, and so that was seen across all grade levels as well. Our students, as Dave highlighted, have access to multiple pathways in mathematics, specifically calling out the robust course offerings at the high school level and multiple opportunities to earn college level credit as a high schooler at York. And then lastly, across, again, all grade levels, we see a consistent practice of comprehension checks are happening at the conclusion of the lesson. And so this is really demonstrating that our teachers are collecting data at the end of a lesson to see what students learned and if they met the target for that day. And so when we're reviewing, next we'll move into recommendations to strengthen our math programming. But as we think about those, we really want to take these and elevate these to make sure we're utilizing our strengths as levers for improvement in our opportunities. So we identified 6 opportunities and recommendations through the math instructional review to prioritize. Many of the current and future actions that you'll see are already underway and have already begun to impact what we're doing as we think about math programming at a district level. The first recommendation is to collaborate to identify a vision of excellence math instruction that is commonly held across the district. As we highlighted this year in our long list of professional learning opportunities that people came together for, the Learning Together monthly meetings that are part of our EC12 collaboratives provided content-specific learning to instructional leaders across the district. So Dave actually hosted a half-day session for instructional leaders, again, about the 3 key shifts for college and career readiness mathematics instruction. So as they are leading in their buildings, they know what they're looking for in math classrooms. This structure will continue for next year as this 3-part math series to really educate our leaders and support their deepening understanding of what that looks like. Through that process, we will collaborate to create that vision for strong mathematics and excellent mathematics instruction, while then also identifying a framework and what a lesson or period should look like in a math classroom, to make sure that students are accessing the depth and breadth of the standards. The second recommendation is that no critical concepts are rushed or skipped, and that students have multiple opportunities to investigate topics of interest and depth. And so our first step to taking action on this recommendation is to revisit our accelerated pathways, scope and sequence, which Dr. Campbell kindly gave voice to earlier in the previous presentation, right? To ensure that students are not only accessing the content at an accelerated pace, but they have the opportunities to dig deep into the topics to make sure they have a strong conceptual understanding of the content, and especially the major content of the grade level. So while we review the pathways data, we saw that students who are in accelerated pathways consistently score above their grade level peers. We want to dig deeper into what support students need at the tier 1 level to make sure that more students have access to these advanced levels, including honors courses at the high school level. The final recommendation on this slide that I'll highlight is that we will be reviewing any modifications to curriculum that consequently or inadvertently reduce the rigor of the grade level content. So after enacting a curriculum for 5 years, it is completely normal to make some modifications, but we want to make sure we're supporting our teachers and making modifications that hold true to the rigor of the curriculum. And the way to do that is to be able to deepen their understanding of why decisions were made in the curricular resource. So we will be this summer reviewing D205 assessments and Eureka assessments for alignment, and so that if modifications were made, we can make sure that we're holding true to the rigor of the grade level content, and if not, we're going to adjust as needed for next school year. We'll also be participating in district and building learning walks that utilize the instructional practice guide, again, that highlights the core actions that we want to see in math classrooms. And so if there are modifications happening at the classroom level, again, we want to be able to create responsive professional learning for our educators and make sure that they're meeting students where their need is, but then also holding true to the grade level standards. The last recommendation that I'll highlight before passing it off back to Dave is really providing grade band training in the curriculum and continuing with curriculum-based professional learning through PLCs or other content-alike teams to deepen teachers' knowledge of the key shifts demanded by the college and career readiness standards. So this will begin this year. We will be hosting a new Educator Academy professional learning session to onboard our new educators to that core resource of Eureka Math. And so they're able to understand the how and why of the resource. Some of that learning took place 5 years ago, but people who have joined the district since then might not have had access to it. And so we're also offering some summer professional learning series for our newer educators to engage with if they would like. We've spent a lot of times talking about our K-5 literacy adoption this year, right? And that an instructional resource is only the first step. And so really the professional learning to utilize that instructional resource, we want to make sure every teacher is having that common experience. So if they do have to make a modification, they're making the modification that's going to support that deep understanding of math content. So Katie highlighted previously that teacher learning community structure that's been so successful with the literacy onboarding to get the work and the learning into those PLCs and in grade level teams. And so we'll be introducing that structure for math. So there will be one representative from each building, from each grade level, to really do that learning alongside instructional coaches and building leaders to bring it back to their buildings to really support this. This also goes through resource-specific professional learning. So with your support, we have adopted a new algebra resource for our 7th through 9th graders, Illustrative Mathematics Algebra. All algebra teachers have already participated in 2 full days of learning, again, understanding the why behind the resource, the instructional moves that it supports, and then also, again, if we want to make modifications, where do we make those to make sure that we're holding true to the rigor? I'm now going to pass it off to Dave to talk through the final 2.
Thank you, Carrie. In addition to our focus on the mathematics curriculum in grades K-8, we recognize the importance of consistency and continuity in instruction as our students progress to high school. To ensure a strong foundation and seamless transition, we've prioritized the adoption of a consistent instructional resource for Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 with Trigonometry. So for the upcoming academic year, as Carrie had mentioned, with the board's support, we are excited to adopt Illustrative Mathematics Algebra 1 as the instructional resource for all of our Algebra 1 courses in District 205. The curriculum, Illustrative Mathematics, is renowned for its rigorous and coherent approach to teaching algebraic concepts. The adoption of Illustrative Mathematics Algebra 1 will provide our students with a consistent and high-quality learning experience across all of our Algebra 1 courses, including 7th grade, 8th grade, and 9th grade. It aligns with our commitment to the Illinois Learning Standards for mathematics and fosters deep understanding of mathematical thinking. Aligned professional learning opportunities will also be provided to our teachers to support the effective implementation of this new resource. Ongoing professional development is key to ensuring that our teachers have the necessary skills and knowledge to deliver engaging and effective mathematics instruction using these new materials. Looking ahead to the 24-25 academic year, we're considering the adoption of Illustrative Mathematics, Geometry, and Algebra 2 Trig as the next steps in our adoption of high-quality, coherent materials for our mathematics curriculum. The decision to recommend adoption is pending teacher and student feedback and learning from the implementation of Algebra 1 this year. We value the input of our educators and students in shaping our curriculum. Their feedback and experiences will be essential in evaluating the effectiveness and appropriateness of these potential resources. And we're committed to making informed decisions that best serve the needs of our students and support their continued mathematical growth. Implementing new curriculum materials requires a strategic approach to support our educators in delivering effective instruction. I've already highlighted the learning that teachers will be doing with Illustrative Mathematics. We're also planning curriculum-based professional learning for K-8 teachers to continue developing their knowledge and skills utilizing Eureka Math. This will be done through the teacher learning community structure that Carrie spoke about earlier. Our professional learning sessions through Institute Days, late arrivals, and PLCs will be directly tied to Eureka Math, focusing on understanding the vertical progressions and the depths of standards as outlined in the curriculum. This targeted training will empower educators to provide cohesive and meaningful instruction that builds on our students' prior experiences. Our professional learning will also emphasize the integration of high-leverage mathematical instructional practices. These practices are essential for developing students' problem-solving skills, critical thinking abilities, and mathematical reasoning. By incorporating these practices into instruction, our educators will create engaging and dynamic learning experiences for our students. Eureka embeds these structures in their lessons. In illustrative math, these practices are called out as instructional routines. One example is which one doesn't belong, where students are given a set of items and are asked to pick one and explain why it doesn't belong with the rest. Usually each item has at least one reason why it might not belong. This encourages students to think deeply and flexibly about the mathematics they are learning, explain their thinking clearly, and listening actively to others. We will establish protocols to enact during professional learning communities where educators will support each other in implementing the curriculum effectively. Additionally, instructional coaches will be available to provide personalized guidance and to support individual teachers, fostering continuous professional growth. Effective leadership is crucial in supporting curriculum implementation. To support our district and building leaders, we will utilize our EC12 collaboratives to engage them in learning and share best practices around math instruction. Specifically, These collaborative sessions will enhance their understanding of the curriculum, provide opportunities for professional growth, and strengthen leaders' ability to support teachers effectively. Additionally, district and building leaders will conduct implementation and learning walks, utilizing the instructional practice guide. These walks will ensure that leaders observe instruction, provide ongoing feedback to educators, and ensure fidelity to the curriculum. By fostering a culture of continuous improvement, we aim to enhance instructional quality and student outcomes. To further support mathematics instruction in our district, we will expand the demonstration school structure to include math classrooms in grades K-8. Carrie and Katie explained how this was utilized in K-5 literacy classrooms this year, and we're excited to expand to math. We want to thank you again for your support in providing us the opportunity to conduct the math instructional review this year in partnership with the New Teacher Center. This has allowed us to set up a plan for success for next year with clear and actionable steps to ensure we are improving student math outcomes across all grade levels. I'm now going to pass it over to Katie Lyons to highlight the recommendations and findings from our Emergent Bilingual Instructional Review.
And before we do that, we're going to pause and see if there's questions regarding the math review, just so it's fresh in our mind, and then we'll move on. So I'm going to hand it back to you.
Any questions?
Yes, stay standing. It's a lot.
Information. It's a lot of information.
Yeah.
High level, yes. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Kara. Can always count on Kara.
Okay, first, I want to really just say thank you for completing this and sharing all this. I know that it was something that we really needed to look at comprehensively from K through 12. So a couple of things. First, I have a little bit of a strange question, but the algebra, is that a textbook or is that online resource?
So it's a comprehensive resource. So similar to Eureka, where they have, physical workbooks that they use, students will have workbooks. There's also an online platform, but what I think is exciting is lots of times when we talk about high school curriculum, it's a book, right? And then teachers have to create all the assessments, and teachers have to think about, how am I going to structure students to think about this really challenging problem? And that is all built out. And so that's what that 2 days of learning really was. So here's a really challenging problem, and here's the instructional moves you make as the leader to get students to do the thinking about this really challenging problem. And so it's a comprehensive resource. It comes in both print, and there's an online platform that students and teachers can engage in as well.
Okay, cool. And I think something that, is important to note is that like teaching's an art and a science, right? So you need the science part to make sure that curriculum keeps everybody on the same pace and at the same rigor.
Yeah.
But then they add their art as a teacher to make it connect with the kids. So really good. Then I guess just, I see a lot of, in this first thing, a lot of, we'll explore and we're going to review. And I guess I'm curious how much action will be in place for next year.
Sure. So verb choice might have been a
who
little
that's
off.
for, whether it's-
I'll start and then Dave can pick it up. But so I think we have a lot of clear, actionable steps to take. So for instance, leader learning and really identifying what those trends are. And so when looking at the entire district, it's now very clear about what learning our leaders need to engage in to deepen their understanding of math instruction, right? And we've just never prioritized that or given time to that for our leaders to really dig into, to then be able to enact that in their buildings, right? And so make sure that when they're sitting with a PLC, right? And somebody might be saying, when we're looking at this lesson, what do we want to prioritize? And they prioritize, or they leave out the fluency piece, or they skip that conceptual understanding piece. piece, right? To be able to have the confidence and expertise to say, well, we know that the conceptual understanding is really important, and that's actually going to help them in 4th grade 2 years from now. And so I think that is extremely actionable, is really deepening our leader learning while also prioritizing it in our PLC structure. So the teacher learning communities will be teachers coming together, learning, and then bringing it back. So that could be, a module internalization. So we're coming up on module 2. As our teacher learning community, we're going to dig in and we're going to look at how to internalize that model. What are we understanding? What do we have questions about? Why do they teach it like that? Why do I need to do that tape diagram, right? Really understanding the decisions that are made in the resource, but then being able to bring that back to their teams and have everyone go through that process together. And so we're hopeful, and then, right, the next layer is then being in classrooms and seeing it happen, right? So if we see, okay, teachers are, maybe making a decision where we're prioritizing this part of the lesson over this part of the lesson. And, so we might be missing some of the meat. Okay, let's come back. And when our next teacher learning community session comes together, we're going to explicitly address that and really dig into it. So lots of learning and prioritizing, I would say, district-wide learning around math and the decisions that are made.
Yeah, I would just add, to go back to something that Katie said earlier, the curriculum materials that we're using are educative, which means that as you utilize them and you read the background information and how certain things are taught in certain ways and which models are being used for this idea or that idea, the purpose of having those kinds of materials is to really give teachers rich sources of information to be able to dig into to that information. What's happening? Why am I teaching it this way? And so we're really going to lean in district-wide with leaders and with teachers on utilizing those materials in that way in a more sort of structured format. So what are we going to do district-wide on our Institute Days to lean into those materials? How does that translate then into the leader learning and translate into the PLC actions that are taking place as teachers are meeting and talking about those materials? We want teachers to be looking at those educative materials and having their conversations in their PLCs around those materials. That's the sort of lean in this year around professional learning for the most part at the K-8 level.
Which I'll just also echo and kind of underscore that that's what the board charged us to do as administrators. When we started this review process, we said we did not want there to be a sense that it was going to result in saying that we don't have a strong, guaranteed, and viable curricular resource. What we said is that we want to understand if there's opportunity for us to be critical consumers of that resource to help support and elevate student outcomes. And so I really want to, again, thank the board for your support, because the idea of us being able to do this partnership and to cover the breadth and the depth that we did in a short amount of time led to our ability where we already identify professional learning that is programmed and planned this summer, as well as going into the next school year. And so I think that's the specific actions that came out. What you all charged us with was coming out with a very clear plan of action around professional learning and the acceleration of developing our teachers' capacity to really teach math at the level of rigor that is called for in the shifts.
Thank you.
Beth?
One thing that comes up a lot is when we're talking about these things is consistency and just creating that consistency across classrooms and across schools. And it seems to me that the leader learning and the teacher learning communities is one way to address that, and that hopefully that will help to create that. Is that?
Yes, I think when we were looking into kind of the adoption process, right, there was a pretty stark difference between professional learning time allocated when Eureka was adopted, and right, how the lift on teachers to fully understand and then be able to implement that resource compared to what Katie has been able to lead for K-5 literacy this year, right? And really making sure that every educator, whether you're available in the summer or not, or for our after-school meeting, are able to get that learning so we can have that consistent experience for every student in the district. And so that is really something now that we are, I would say, doubling down on to make sure that we have the structures so that all educators can experience the learning that we know will support them in supporting our students.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I'll just summarize one last thing, because what I think I hear a lot of us talking about is that focus on instruction and maximizing the utilization of the resources that you have available to you. And I'm hopeful, and I think that this is absolutely going to happen. Well, before I get there, our kids are having great experiences in math across the district, and they're learning a lot of critical thinking skills and different problem-solving avenues, and they're learning from each other and their teachers. What I think I am summarizing for myself is that the hope and the hopefulness of teachers identifying more instructional strategies, and through this resource to expand their toolkit when learning with when teaching a variety of learners. That's what I'm trying to say, right? Because kids all learn differently, and they have different. You mentioned the tape measure as why do we teach the tape measure, right? And it's probably because a subset of our classroom needs the tape measure while others are still counting on their fingers, and that's okay. But so ultimately, this collaboration and consistency that's going to be built throughout the district, we saw a really great model of that in the literacy and ELA, and we know that you will lead the charge in a positive way here with math to get us to an even better place than where we already are. So thank you for a thorough presentation, a huge audit, and a big undertaking for one school year. With that, are we good to move on to emergent bilingual?
Okay, thanks, Dave and Carrie. Are we taking a break?
They just need a bathroom break. They're not leaving the party. They'll be back.
All right, so just to kind of provide a bit of context, we're going to go through the emergent bilingual review, takeaways, and some next steps, and then we'll go through our dual language programming context, review findings, and also next steps. And so just to provide a bit of context for us, in terms of our bilingual review for our students, we currently serve 856 English language learner coded students in kindergarten through 12th grades, and we use two types of programs of instruction. I'm really losing everyone that provides students with access to developing language and literacy proficiency in English with native language support while mastering grade level academic content. So we use what is called the Transitional Bilingual Education, or TBE program. This is a program that's required when there are 20 or more English language learners from the same language background in a school. And TBE instruction is in the student's native language and in English in all core subjects. We also have a transitional program of instruction in the district that's called TPI for short. This is English as a second language instruction, often referred to as ESL, and native language supports are provided to the extent necessary based on students' needs in a TPI program. And we also implement a variety of models for our students in pre-K to 12, such as our pull-out services, co-taught, and sheltered instruction. Just to provide some background on sheltered instruction very quickly, this is when kids are learning content material in English with particular practices that support English language learners. And this is through a teacher who's endorsed with sheltered sheltered instruction practices. So during the review process for our emergent bilinguals, these were the 4 guiding questions that grounded the research that we were conducting. So the first question really had us looking at how aligned is our EB program in its implementation? Were services that led to this achievement growth based on sound theory in terms of research in the field of emergent bilingual programming? And to what degree did that implementation impact the achievement of the students served? To what degree did the program implemented match the focus group of students? This one was particularly interesting, and we're going to come back to that as a next step of something that's really actionable leading into the next several years here. And then what was the relationship between emergent bilingual program stakeholders' perception of the support needed for effective implementation of the emergent bilingual program model and student achievement and growth? And then finally, what actions and/or changes will make it more feasible for the emergent bilingual programming in the district to show growth? And are there any variables that are essential to that growth? So this was important for us to really ground the research collection within these 4 guiding questions. And to examine these 4 questions, we kind of took the following steps. We started with really assessing our English language learners or emergent bilinguals' performance with access, which is the WIDA English Language Proficiency Assessment. We looked at our students' access proficiency levels from kindergarten through 12th grade. We conducted surveys and interviews, which were used to gather data that was then compared against the state definitions and district definitions for the programs grounded in educational theory that have been approved. Data collection also included virtual and phone meetings with administrators, teachers, and coaches that were held in English, Spanish, or bilingually, depending on our participants' language preference, and additional parent focus groups were both held in English and in Spanish. So just a few of the takeaways that I wanted to highlight that are already in place, that are strong, that we want to continue to move forward with. We have a strong staffing model that includes school-based emergent bilingual specialists in our buildings. We have a platform that supports a data collection system. It's called Elevation. We want to continue to use that to store and analyze our data and set goals for our students. And we also have an established Bilingual Parent Advisory Committee, or our BPAC, which is very strong. We have about 40 members plus, and this really promotes supporting our families with strengthening their child's education and respecting families' cultural and linguistic practices and customs. So definitely what we want to continue to keep in place and continue to grow. So the next steps that we want to take, I'm not going to read the whole slide, but I do want to highlight just a few. So the
Yes,
first
thank
one I
you.
want to
Highlight.
is our second bullet point on the right-hand side of the table. District and school leaders collaborate to define program goals with aligned professional development for educators. So you have heard this as a theme today. Instructional priorities drive the work. Vision and goals drive the work, but you need to have the professional learning. An area for growth is strong professional development for all of our leaders, not just educators, but for our leaders as well, around the mindsets of what our emergent bilinguals are capable of, right? What we can do, and how we all learned that and grow our mindset and also our practices. That's important to us. The second bullet point in the middle row, continue data deep dive using Elevation for students in different emergent bilingual programming models. So I did take some time to talk about TBE, TPI, pull out, sheltered, push in, because I want us to really evaluate this coming year. Are we matching our emergent bilingual students with the right program model? There are some early findings that there's opportunities for growth there for us that we really want to think and be more thoughtful about. What are the materials that we're using for students at different access levels, and how are we appropriately matching our students based on their English language proficiency needs, and also how are we utilizing our capital of our human capital. So I mentioned that we have a strong takeaway is our EL teachers and specialists, but we want to reevaluate in this coming school year their caseloads. Are they serving the right kids in the right program model most effectively? Do EL teachers have the right caseloads of students? Is it too large? Is it too small? Are they using the right materials based on that access level? So we have, the takeaway from this slide is really using our data to drive how we're thinking about our program model and our staffing. So for this next slide, I want to highlight the last bullet point, learning walks. This is something that's extremely important for us, is to get into the buildings alongside school leaders with our Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs, and really uncover what is actually happening in terms of instructional practices, Tier 1, Tier 2, and 3. There are learnings for us to continue to do here, but really engaging in coaching after the learning walks to elevate practices. So I'll pause there as we move into our dual language review. If there's some questions around emergent bilingual, or maybe we'll hold them, it might make more sense. Okay, so let's move into the instructional review findings and recommendation for our dual language programming. So in our district, we currently serve 308 students in kindergarten through 4th grade, attending Conrad Fisher Elementary School in our dual language program. Next year, we'll be moving into 5th grade. I just wanted to show the shifts that happen over time in terms of the 80-20 model to the 50-50 model. So kiddos coming into kindergarten, our percent of instruction is 80% in Spanish, 20% in English, and you can see how it moves to a 50-50 model in the grades 4 through and 5th for next year. Oops. So in terms of this study, you saw in the emergent bilingual programming review, we were really focused in on 4 guiding questions. When we did the study for our dual language program, we were really focused in on this NIRN, which is the National Implementation Research Network out of University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. They have this model where they really use science and practice of implementation to solve problems. And so this is the approach that we took and gathered the data and information around need, evidence fit, usability, capacity, and supports. So that's how this review was structured, slightly differently in terms of how we collected that data and how we bucketed it. Some of the takeaways I want to highlight that are already in place over the years of our dual language program: we have standards-based teachers guides that have aligned proficiency scales and biliteracy zones for our students in grades K through 4. We have biliteracy unit maps that are really cohesive and complete in grades K through 1. We have school-based professional development that focuses on that curriculum development. Again, we have Elevation, that platform for storing our data and analyzing it. We also utilize Last Links, which is a language proficiency assessment that we want to continue to use to measure progress of our students in terms of their language acquisition in both English and Spanish. And we also have strong staff and parents and leadership who collectively express a strong need and desire for improving and developing consistent practices to improve students' bilingual, biliterate, and academic outcomes, which is something we really want to continue to leverage. So a few of those action steps that I want to highlight on the next 2 slides. The second bullet point here: district and school leaders collaborate to define program goals with aligned PD plan. That's something that's extremely important. I think based on our feedback, we heard some just different thoughts around the vision and goals of the program. It's important that we're clarifying and messaging that out. We also want to immediately move on a platform to monitor our dual language registration and enrollment. We have seen a discrepancy in the number of students that are both native English speakers and native Spanish speakers, where you really, in a dual language program, want 50% English native, 50% Spanish native. We have seen that our numbers are not 50-50. So we're seeing a bit more imbalance there. And so with a real equitable approach to a registration and enrollment process, that will ensure that there are both language models in our classroom that represent the 50-50, but will better support the intended outcomes of a dual language program. And finally, I'll name that we still want to come, I will double emphasize the fact that we need to look at our teachers' caseloads, our EL teachers' caseloads, both who support our students in dual language and out of dual language. That is critically important that we do this summer. And so for our final slide, the one that I'll highlight here is really the revisions of our dual language units of study. We have found that there are opportunities to better emphasize the standards in terms of the scope and sequence and in terms of the text and the tasks that we're using, particularly as it relates to literacy. And so that is something that's going to be a huge focus. And then again, tying that to our learning walks and particularly coaching cycles. We really want to double down next year in coaching around the practices to promote our dual language instruction. So I'm going to pause there and we can answer questions before we go on to just a few more slides.
Questions? Comments? Go ahead, Courtney.
So, did the review, and there's
So many interesting things that came out of this. This dual language one I'm the most intrigued about. So you said something, and maybe I misunderstood you. Are there clear goals? And were they just not understood clearly? Or were the goals not clear? You know what I mean? I think you said, make sure we're collaborating to define the program goals. So
Yep.
were they not defined before this? I mean, we're in year 4.
What's really interesting in the approach of the review is both looking at what's on paper and hearing from what stakeholders are sharing. And there's a disconnect in terms of what we're hearing from both educators in the program, families in the program, students and leaders, as what's the intended goals. And so what that tells us is that there needs to be a collaborative and concerted effort to define that vision with goals that folks collaborate on, and then we message and articulate very clearly by also I think naming the story, or like highlighting the story of success and progress for our students. And so there's also a need to better articulate our students' progress and journey within the dual language program. And so I think when we reflect on the data, both mostly from our surveys and our feedback and our focus groups, there is a disconnect there that we would like to sort of course correct and make sure that it's, again, grounded in research and theory, but also make sure we're honoring what our community really wants to be true for our dual language program.
Oh, that's really exciting. I mean, just to that was identified. I mean, because I think little things like that is where a program can lose its focus and it's, you know, kind of get off target and off track. So that's really exciting. During the review, was there any, I don't know what the right way to say this is. Was there any insight into how it's going to move forward?
For short term, yes, definitely. I think there's more conversation to be had in terms of like our long-term strategic plan. We do have a 3 and a 5 year plan that we are putting together and working on very diligently to share with you all, but I think more feedback is needed as we're clarifying the vision and the goals. More dialogue is to be had about that. But I think in the short term, it is very clear that we have a lot of support for our dual language programming, and there's a lot of value in elevating it. There's a lot of advocacy to ensure that we're elevating outcomes for our students.
Well, and I'm sure you are, but I'm happy to hear that the 3 and 5 year plan. I'm hopeful that what comes after 5th grade is a focus for those plans, because it certainly would seem to be the right way to think about what the 5 years at Conrad Fisher means after that. So I'm interested in hearing from you guys when that comes more into focus. Thank you, though. This is
thank you.
awesome. Really great.
Just the start.
Have you identified other resources you feel are imperative to, just ensuring really positive and elevated outcomes?
So in the last round of instructional materials review, we put Estrellita on display, which is really going to support our Spanish language proficiency, phonics. It's really some foundations. And so we use foundations at Conrad Fisher, both in our dual and mono classrooms. And now we will also be using Estrellita to support our Spanish phonics. We're really excited about the professional learning also embedded in that. And we will be doing a great deal of revision to our units of study this summer, starting on July 10th. We're bringing together a group of our dual language teachers. So looking at the current texts and tests that are embedded, we're revising our scope and sequence to make sure that we're addressing all of the standards. So that is in development this summer. A lot of work that will go into that will be spearheaded by our Assistant Director of Language Pathways and Programs. So we're excited to bring teachers together starting July 10th to do that work.
Because
Yeah.
based on what Kara said, there really isn't a lot of recommendations for new materials, which makes me just think that, that either the teachers were not given the professional development needed when this curriculums were put in place, like we talked about Eureka Math and how they weren't given the supports, But that does seem to be like the theme, not just for the teachers, but for the leaders in the building, so that everybody's on the same page and everybody's moving forward with the same goal. And it's, thank you for figuring that out. And I'm glad that we're doing it, because that seems to be a huge oversight in prior years, and that's disappointing. But I'm excited that could be the insight that we need into moving forward for our teachers and our students. So.
Anyone else? All right, thank you. And are we moving on to instructional priorities and professional learning?
So I'm going to fly through this, I promise, just to
Okay.
highlight again kind of what we started by reflecting on this year. And so, this year's instructional priorities and professional learning. So then what does that look like for next year? So again, I'm not going to read these to you. Katie already did that, but you can see that our district-wide instructional priorities are not changing. These are large multi-year priorities that we are working on. However, what we did want to highlight was what specific portions of them are we really digging into for next year. So you'll see for math, we're really digging into the demands of the grade level standards and supporting our teachers with understanding what that looks like and how to get students to reach those proficiency, the depth and breadth of the standards. Literacy, we're really digging into the specific focus on promoting writing skills through the use of aligned writing tasks. So especially with year 2 implementation at the K-5 level, really specific focus on writing. We did add a bilingual instructional priority for the district, so I will read that one out loud, right? But execute Tier 1 biliteracy and initial literacy instruction that meets the demands of grade level standards and promotes foundational skills and knowledge building with complex text sets. So really supporting literacy and language acquisition for both our emergent bilinguals and dual language students. SEL priority, really thinking about how we're promoting student social emotional development. We've supported deepening adult understanding, and now how do we transfer that social emotional development and skills to our students? And then lastly, our data priority, again, that last focus with a specific focus on incorporating strong reflective practices to monitor progress of instructional shifts. So are we seeing the shifts that we would like to see in our classrooms and what that looks like? Through these, we have a district-wide professional learning plan. Again, you've seen these structures before, but really focusing on 2 opportunities that provide leader learning. So our collaboratives, EC12 collaboratives, coach collaboratives that provide content-specific learning for our leaders, data collaboratives that provide them those dedicated opportunities to reflect and see if the instructional shifts that they're hoping for are being made. Our leader and teacher learning focuses are those teacher learning communities that we've talked about and expanding that to math classrooms, and then also those demonstration and guided observation schools expanding to Eureka Math as well. And those are those guided observations and also coaching cycles around the curricular resource. And then really teacher and specialist focused professional learning, including in the PLCs, right? That's that dedicated time that we know the real work happens. And so making sure we're providing strong structures and protocols about how to support teachers with utilizing that time for the biggest impact. Late arrivals and an institute day learning being really content specific learning that's aligned to district-wide and in school improvement goals. And then specialist learning. Katie talked a lot about this through the emergent bilingual and dual language, right? But what learning do our individuals need who are in specialized roles, and outlining that for them. So to close out, again, we just want to bring it back to that when we approach professional learning through the lens of instructional priorities, teacher improvement becomes a continuous cycle of learning, and progress can be gauged over time. So we're really focused on that continuous cycle of improvement when we utilize and look at student data, observational data, instructional materials review, and then stakeholders review. I'll just read that final green box on the right, but the clarity, alignment, and cohesion created when districts commit to continuous cycles of improvement with a narrow set of instructional priorities and aligned professional learning plan results in powerful teaching and learning and results for students. And that's what we're here for, and that's why we've spent the amount of time we have sharing this update. Thank you so much.
Any final comments from the board? All right, well, thank you. That was a lot of work in a short period of time, but I think that what will happen is over time, all of the fruits of your labor will pay off. And so thank you for this detailed presentation on a number of focus items that we've created as priorities for the district. Appreciate your time with that. So we are now going to move to the 23-24 staffing update.
Who's transitioning for me? You are? Okay. Let's go to slide 4.
Slide what?
4, come on, let's go. Yep. Next. We keep going. One more? Yeah, it might have been more than 4. Here we go. All right, so listen, Board of Education, here we are. On March 21st, we actually provided a projected staffing update with a request of 709.14 FTE for the school year. And was presented, and we also asked for, and it was supported by the Board of Education, for an allotment of up to 5 additional FTE as we continue to monitor student enrollment and student needs. On today, we want to report to you an update that we are at 715, I don't know why I want to say 715, 715.84 FTE, and with a possibility of an additional 1 or 2 FTE increase if needed, continue focused on student enrollment. And so one may ask, what really are the summarization of those FTE increases? Thank you for asking that question. We have seen primarily increases in our kindergarten sections. That is a really great celebration for us as a district. This is coming off of our first year, headed into where we will have full-day kindergarten offered across all of our elementary schools. And we are really, really excited to attract our young learners and scholars into the district, for us to then have them throughout the entire journey of excellence here at Elmhurst. We also want to just call out that this upcoming school year will be the first time in 2 years that we will fully be operating 7 elementary schools with the combined, we operated 7 elementary schools with combined enrollment. And in 2023, 2024, Elmhurst will have all 8 elementary schools open, and knowing that we are seeing, that is a moment of celebration. And so thank you to our board just for the foresight of navigating the referendum and the rebuild of Lincoln and Field, and the immersion of students across other school communities. For our staff, our parents, just have done an amazing job to pull that off and make that happen. But we are anticipating and excited about all 8 of our elementary schools resuming back full in operation. We also have seen some increases, and I really want to call this out because as earlier Dr. Rubenstein showed about our target gap reduction in some of our areas in which we've identified. You just heard our report that was provided through our instructional review process, also for our bilingual and our dual language program. And what I want the board to know is that we're making sure that we need the support and the resources, we're allocating the resources where they're needed most. And so we've seen a special education staff increases in areas of resource, self-contained, our social workers, our psychologists, all in order to meet the needs of our students. The needs of our students are developing and growing, and as promised, we're constantly monitoring that, and when and where necessary, I believe that this board has asked for me to come forward and ask for what's needed in order to meet the diverse needs of our students. And so we have seen a slight increase in needing additional staff to support in the areas of our special education department. Last, we continue throughout the summer to be very diligent in looking at our staffing allocations as any needs and changes might arrive arise to the need based on student enrollment and learning needs. And we are dedicated to continue to project staffing needs and maximizing the resources to achieve excellence. You can go to that last. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Campbell. Any questions or comments from the board? Nope. Okay, I just want to reiterate again and appreciate your continuous work in looking at our resources, finding those gaps, reallocating resources before you come to this point of presenting what the needs are for our students and our campus and our buildings. So I appreciate you going through that work and reallocation prior to the request of, potential increase. So with that and nothing else from the board, we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to pull from the consent agenda? Can I have a motion for the consent agenda, please?
I move that the Board of Education approve the following consent agenda items: A, personnel report; B, financial reports; C, annual consolidated district plan; D, additional Emerson PTA donation; E, donation grant for Project Lead the Way programming at York High School; F, Blaubaugh family donation to Hawthorne Elementary School; G, first read section 2, policy 2110; H, first read section 3, general school administration policy 340; I, first read section 4, operational services policy 460; J, first read section 5, personnel policies 530, 590, 5125, 5150, 5170, 5260; K, first read section 6, instructional policy 6135; L, first read section 8, community relations policy 820; M, destruction of verbatim recordings of closed session minutes.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assef?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes and 0 nays, motion passes. Moving on to the agenda action items. Item A is the approval of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources recommendation. Dr. Campbell.
Yes, I am so excited. With a driving mission to bring top talent, thank you for the drum roll, Katie, to bring and to attract top talent that would ensure continued success. We have heard tonight that there is definitely success and lots to celebrate of progress that has been made, but we are relentless and dedicated and have a sense of urgency as an administration team for that to continue and to be accelerated. And so we have been working as an administrative team to conduct a rigorous and multi-step process to find a highly qualified candidate. We received over 47 applicants. If no one knows, Elmhurst is the place to be, and there are people that want to come here. And of those 47 applicants, 6 of those applicants were selected to participate in the first round, and 3 applicants advanced to participate in second rounds. And so throughout the process, we engaged various stakeholders, including district administration, human resource department, school administration, Board of Education members, as well as representation across all 3 of our bargaining units. With that being said, we, after many conversations, the candidates' strengths and areas of growth were considered. And with that being said, also we received several artifacts that were provided throughout the process too, I would like to say. And in alignment with the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resource job descriptions and roles and responsibilities, and after much consideration and review of the pool of candidates, we are bringing forth a recommendation to extend to Dr. Joseph Schumacher, in being recommended for hire. Throughout this interview process, the experience, his skills, and disposition became increasingly evident as strengths for the role of the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. He is a well-established and experienced leader serving currently in his role as Assistant Superintendent over secondary education for over 7 years, has been consistent in serving in his district for a total of over 16 years, and has just really a wealth of background and experience with certification that extends not only from the professional human resource side of it to his licensure on school business officer, as well as obviously this terminating degree. And so without further ado, I would like to make a recommendation to the Board of Education to approve Dr. Joseph Schumacher for hire in the position of Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve Dr. Joseph Schumacher for hire in the position of Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources with a starting salary of $175,500.
I'll second.
Motion by Ms. Hostler, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board? I will just say welcome, having the pleasure of meeting you prior to tonight, and we are just very excited that you're here, and we look really forward to all the great work you're going to do here on this team and for our district. Thank you so much. Please call the vote. Sorry, thanks, Jan. Should have done that first, shouldn't I have? Thanks. Sorry.
Mrs. Hassler,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio,
Yes.
Mrs. Essef,
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman,
Yes.
and Mrs. Arvanitis.
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays. Motion passes. Congratulations and welcome. Thank you. Okay, item B, 2023-24 salary administrator and, sorry. What?
That's okay. We're going to just invite you to the podium just to say a very, very brief welcome.
Thank you so much. Board members, Dr. Campbell, team, I'm honored to join this team. Just listening to tonight, there's a lot of ideas spinning in my head, and all for the good. There's so much going on, and I've learned so much in just one meeting, more than I have even before. I really appreciate being a part of the team. I think that having effective programs and offerings and services and service delivery models is extremely important, but ultimately our most important resource is our human resources in our district, and I plan to do everything that I can in my repertoire to service and support the various staff that work in our system, and make sure that I'm contributing to the overall mission of educating, engaging, and empowering students in Elmhurst 205. Thank you so much.
Just a little token, too bad. Good job.
Thank you. Thanks for sitting so long, waiting.
Okay, item B, 2023-24 administrator salary and non-union employee, Dr. Campbell.
So each year, the Board of Education reviews the salary of all non-union administrative employees, and historically, those salary adjustments for administrators have been based on CPI. As we currently continue to be in unprecedented times, as the CPI for the 2022 tax levy was capped at 5%, and the CPI for the 2023 tax levy will be capped at 5%, while inflation is currently at 5.0%. Based on those current circumstances, we are recommending an increase with a range of 0 all the way to 3.50 for the 2023 fiscal year. The memo outlines the current situations for other groups of employees that are here, and so I am bringing forth the recommendation that is made to improve the various salary increases as proposed and outlined in the memo.
Great, can Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve increases for non-union administrators, non-union support staff, non-union food service, miscellaneous hourly rates, and starting hourly rates for food service and non-union support staff as presented.
A second. Motion made by Mrs. Troutman, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? With none, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Oh,
Yes.
did you have one, Kara?
Oh.
Yes. Sorry. I must be getting really tired here. I've been up since 5 a.m. I apologize. You sure, Kara? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif? And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item C is the approval of Special Olympics Coordinator, Dr. Campbell.
You want me to?
Dr. Rubenstein,
Yes,
please.
I would be happy to. So over the course of the last year, the board has approved several new sports related to Special Olympics. They were really successful over the past weekend. I was just getting a report, and so we'll be recognizing them hopefully at the next board meeting. But part of being successful and growing is the need to have somebody to coordinate it. It is certainly out of the responsibility of our current athletic director and our current director of student activities over at York High School. And so what we're asking the board to approve this evening is a stipended position for a Special Olympics coordinator, which would cover and be inclusive of supporting all 3 sports that are currently going on, as well as some additional reporting that's required to be a part of a unified sports team for Special Olympics Illinois.
Very good. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the addition of this stipend position within the ETC collective bargaining agreement.
I'll second. Motion by Dr. Henry, second by Ms. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board?
I do have one question, if that's okay. Remember last year how we approved the MOU with the PSRP, that they would be eligible for coaching stipend positions if nobody in the ETC? Would that carry over to this position as well?
If nobody from the ETC
Right.
came
Same.
forward, yes, that would be possible for this.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I just saw that the ETC collective
Absolutely.
bargaining was mentioned,
Yep.
so I just want to make sure that it's,
It's at the ETC collective bargaining rate, so yes.
okay. So they would still be eligible following that same,
Absolutely.
all right,
Yep.
great, thank you.
Anything else? Please call the vote.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Hostler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item D, approval of instructional materials update, selection, and adoption for 2023-24. Dr. Campbell?
Sure.
Yes, Ms. Lyons. Yes, Ms. Lyons and Ms. Fleischer.
Okay, so we are moving forward with a recommendation, and then we also have an update. So on May 9th at the Board of Education meeting, we presented the following materials for Project Lead the Way launch to engage in a 30 days of display. During that time, any interested citizens were able to share their feedback on the materials before June 13th. To date, we have had 0 responses on the Project Lead the Way launch materials for grades K to 5. So we are recommending that the Board of Education approve the adoption of the materials presented in the table below and as outlined and displayed for the Project Lead the Way launch materials. And I'll hand it over to Carrie.
Thanks, Katie. So an update about our English 9, 9H curricular resources. So as we've discussed before, the English 9 and 9H professional learning community came together to reflect and review feedback about the text American Street when it was displayed to be used in its entirety. The team then identified trends and new learnings based on the community feedback. After reviewing that feedback, They determined 2 next steps that they'd like to move forward with. The first is utilizing House on Mango Street as a core text for the unit. This text was selected. It was board approved in 2012, but it also directly aligns with the current unit's theme of community and allowing students to evaluate the essential questions of what responsibilities do individuals have to engage with and empower the community, and what responsibilities does the community have to engage with and empower individuals. The second next step was to utilize excerpts from American Street as part of a robust text set. Excerpts are clearly defined portions of the text that align with the unit themes. And so again, these students allow the excerpts that were chosen from this text allow students to explore the impact that a person's environment may have on their life. The text set also includes nonfiction texts, poems, and short stories, and this approach to literacy instruction aligns with our district-wide and research-backed system of making sure that we're promoting domain-specific background knowledge and providing content-rich interdisciplinary connections.
Thank you, ladies. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education adopt the proposed instructional materials for the 2023-2024 school year as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Dr. Henry. Are there any comments from the board?
Well, first, thanks to everybody for going back. And I think that, you know, if you have a process in place, you have to honor the process, right? So I appreciate that you went back and reflected on the feedback and came up with a solution. I think, you know, it's important when we're adopting a core text that we are really being critical thinkers. And so I just appreciate that there was a lot of thoughtfulness put into this. I think long-term, it would be great if we could kind of hear really how our entire, you know, like how is this preparing, understanding that 92+% of our kids go to a degree-bearing institution. Our freshman, sophomore, and junior, in particular years of our core subjects are important to prepare them for that and the applications and tests and things they have to do. So I guess something that I would like to see, and I think it kind of comes up as part of this sort of evaluation that's happened around this piece of literature, is just how are we ensuring that it's all preparing our kids well, and what does that look like? And I know that we hear a lot about making connections, and I'm not really sure, you know, the interdisciplinary connections. I'm not sure. I know, like, American Studies, that's a dual course in English and history. But just maybe a little bit of maybe an education for us in what the connections that some of these pieces of literature are making and how they're connecting to the rest of the curriculum. So does that make sense? It's getting late, so it's hard to be clear. Yeah. But, you know, I just, yeah. I think I just, you know, when you think about, it's not that, it's just that you have to think about, it's not just about one piece of literature, it's about how all these pieces prepare our students for what they want to do and what our community, which 92% of them go on to a degree-bearing institution. So how are we ensuring that these pieces of literature and these experiences in our English class, since we're talking about English, also we talked about math, are preparing them for that. So sometime in the future, I'd love to hear a little more about kind of that at the high school, I guess, because we've talked a lot about K-5.
Yes, that week.
I know.
Right.
I've learned about the reading rope and
yeah, you know, and I think tonight though is just like an example of how much thoughtfulness and work and intentionality, and it happens behind the scenes, and thinking about how to chunk that information and share it with the board, with our broader community in a digestible manner, and thinking about the timing of that. And so I thank you for bringing that up and charging us with doing that. And I think even, when we talk in the fall about our analysis of just some of our other assessments, including our IAR and our SAT, I think part of that and the work that Carrie has done, this year, of really unpacking that in terms of our College Board and the standards and what that looks like and what that means. Like, that's work that's being dug into by our leaders and by our teachers. And so there's definitely an opportunity for us to report out on that and kind of bring to share and communicate that work that's happening behind the scenes. So we got you.
Thanks so much.
Beth?
I just wanted to say thank you for refining the process for curriculum review and making it easy for the community to access the items and find them online and look them over in all cases, and giving them an easy way to give us feedback and input. So I appreciate that.
Anyone else? Okay, please call the vote.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Asif?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item E, approve of ECRA partnership contract.
The board has been familiarized in multiple ways around the power of a potential partnership. You've heard tonight that we really prioritize the use of data and the use of information to help us be reflective, but then also to drive action. And so in the implementation of our strategic plan, the district has engaged with the ECRA group to support in the use of the appropriate data-driven indicators. And I'm really, really excited about, and we saw a little snippet of the reporting structures and the information that they're able to provide to us, is really being able to help us adopt a more evidence-based analytic approach to understanding our student data from a growth as well as from a proficient standpoint. And I think that the customized reports and the distillment and drill down to the student level with the classroom level, where we know the magic happens within those cohorts of classrooms and across grade bands, will continue to serve us in reaching our vision. And so tonight, I'm asking that the board approve the purchase of the service agreement with the ECRA group.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of the service agreement with ECRA Group for the cost of $75,984 for the 2023-2024 as presented.
I second.
Motion by Dr. Henry, second by Mrs. Asif. Are there any comments from the board? Beth?
I just wanted to say that in addition to all of the help sifting through the data for all of you as you're working through student data and addressing their needs, it's also helpful when you're presenting on these things and the community is hearing about it, and the data can be a lot, and it can be a lot to process. So I like the way that we can look at the data in different ways, and it gives us a different lens and a different view of the same data, and it's really helpful, I think, not only for us, but for, all of us in the community, so appreciate that.
Anyone else? Please call the vote.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Asif?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item F, approve learning management system, Schoology contract.
So, if you recall, May 9th, my colleague, Mr. Rudy Gomez, and I presented the proposal for the Learning Management System Schoology. Really excited about the opportunities this will provide for our students, as well as our staff, and then eventually our parents. Tonight's recommendation is that the Board of Education approve the purchase of Schoology. I do want to provide a reminder that this will be also in some ways removing Mastery Manager in terms of cost as well as use, as well as the streamlining of our systems, which I think will be a very helpful next step or navigating what that looks like right now. There are also, I will mention, one-time professional service setup fees, which will not be included should we use this into the future. We're excited about it, and we're looking forward to the rollout, which will be gradual, only at 9/12 for now, and we'll also have even a gradual element to it with regards to the seasons of next year, with fall being optional for staff, and then eventual rollout with students, and then pulling parents in as well. Professional learning is available for that along the way. We're really excited about it.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the purchase of Schoology Learning Management System for the total cost of $71,728.25 for 2023-2024 as presented.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Zassaf, second by Mrs. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Kara?
I just think this is a great, like, one of my kids' teachers was piloting it, I think actually during COVID, and it's great. So I just am excited that this is going to be available, because I think students and parents and I think teachers too will really like it. So just giving it an extra little cheer, enthusiasm.
Anyone else? Okay, can we please call the vote?
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item G, approve transitional services for new principals.
So in February, March, and April, the board approved 3 new principals to serve in our district. And so to support a strong start to the 2023-24 school year, we are proposing that we are recommending the board to approve up to 10-day onboarding process for our Conrad Fisher Elementary School principal, Dr. Efrain Martinez, and that the Board of Education approve up to 5-day onboarding process for both our new Sandburg Middle School principal, Joshua Lewis, as well as our York High School principal, Miss Jessica Hurt.
Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the transitional services for new principals.
I'll second.
Motion by Mrs. Troutman, second by Mrs. Hostler. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, can we call the vote?
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes.
Mrs. Hassler? Yes. Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. Item H is the approval of the athletic trainer's contract.
So athletic training is an important part of the York athletic program. And Rush Physical Therapy has been a good partner with the York Athletic Department. In the previous contract, we had some difficulty finding athletic trainers. It's a very difficult labor market for athletic training. But last year, we were able to bump the rate up to $20 per hour, and in the fall, they were able to get to find 2 trainers to fill the 2 positions we had at York. But the number of York student athletes have increased, especially with the addition of lacrosse as an interscholastic sport. And the number of athletes seen in the athletic training room continues to grow year over year. Other high schools in the area have 3 trainers to help provide athletic training services. Last year, we had only 2, and so this proposal or recommendation is to increase to 2.75, so it would be two trainers at 40 hours a week, and 1 trainer would be 30 hours a week. So we would have 3 trainers in the training room for the busiest time in the training room, and we feel this addition will serve our students athletes well and will help prevent injuries and promote student safety. The proposal is currently, as I said, last year was $20 an hour. It increases to $22.72 next year, $23.42 in 24-25, and then to $24.30 in 2025-26. Legal is reviewing the contractual language changes in the amendment, and so we are requesting approval pending legal review of the contract.
Thank you. Can we have a motion?
I move that the Board of Education approve the contract amendment with Rush Physical Therapy as presented pending legal review.
I second.
Motion by Mrs. Hostler, second by Mrs. Assaf. Are there any comments from the board? Hearing none, can we call the vote?
Mrs. Hassler?
Yes.
Mrs. Assaf?
Yes.
Mrs. Troutman?
Yes?
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Mrs. Caforio?
Yes.
And Mrs. Arvanitis?
Yes, 6 ayes, 0 nays, motion passes. On to Superintendent Communications, item A, FOIA requests.
2 FOIA requests for specific FOIA responses granted. 2 FOIA requests for curriculum information was granted. 1 FOIA request for specific parent communication with district staff granted. 1 FOIA request for records pertaining to Lurie Children's Hospital, unduly burdensome.
Thanks. And next, social media highlights. That's okay. We can read. We know the song in our head by now. See, Kevin's humming. Scott's humming. Like my children say, the old people are on Facebook, Mom. 21,000 post reach. I'm one of those. Nice job, Tanya, thank you. Thank you. Finally, item 12, board communications, any reports or sharing of information from board members? Of course.
It's going to be 10 minutes, Courtney. No, I just know how far we've come, and I want to say thank you. You know, tonight there were a ton of in-depth presentations that were awesome, and just thank you to the team around the table for doing the work. So, thanks. That's it.
I echo that. Thank you so much. It's so nice to see. I know it's been a ton of work all year, but you guys did it so quickly, and to come back around that fast and report on it was great. It's good to hear.
Thank you. With that, my computer hopefully did not just die. We have a regularly scheduled Board of Education meeting taking place on July 25th, 2023 at 7 p.m. here at District Center, and a regular scheduled Board of Education meeting taking place on August 22nd, 2023 at 7 p.m. here at District 205 Center. Again, room 215 and 216. And with that, happy summer. This meeting is adjourned.